Hello, everyone. Are you spooked a little bit? I hope so. Welcome to the House of Zelda. Tonight, well, how do you like my new friends? You know, I made them, and I've been going around today singing, I never knew love like this before, right? I mean, I actually like this background. Wait a minute. I think my darlings, give me a second. We have something here, and I need to start a fire. That's what we got to do. There we are. So we got to set the mood. Thank you so much. Yes, I love Stephanie Mills. I love that song. I've been hearing it a lot on Talkie Tick, and they have this little skit that they do where somebody is out lip syncing and they've got, I asked my daughter, I asked my husband, I asked my wife if they would be my backup dancer, and I promised him this. I have been begging my son to be my backup dancer or to do the lip sync and let me work the pole. I mean, let me be the backup dancer. And so there we go. So there we are, my darlings. Welcome. Tis the season. I could not wait to be here for you tonight. Couple little housekeeping things though. Tomorrow, do not forget, and I'm going to announce this as people come in, so thank you so much. Tomorrow, my darlings, we're back on track for members only for True Oracle, where I am going to be reading your cards. So if you're not a member of True Oracle right now, maybe somebody can put that in the chat, okay? And for those who have not joined, it is in the description. We can put it in the chat. I'm sorry I didn't do my job and do that. But tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern, that's America, New York time, I will be here and I'm going to read your cards. So that's number one. I love it. Captain Jerry, oh my God, I can be a backup dancer. I love to dance. Well, I think, you know, we need to be working something out. Now, see, you can't do that on the tubes of you and me because we get ticked, right? It's like, bad girl, Zelda, you played something you shouldn't have. So I can't do that. It has to be on the Talkie Tick. And I can't even play it for you because if I play my content on the Talkie Tick, and I'm not active over there, but every now and then I like to dance around. So there we go. So anyway, thank you so much for being here. Another little thing I want to announce tonight, we have another giveaway. And for those of you who have won a 1 month, I almost said prescription. No, it's not that. A 1 month subscription to Beacon TV for all the paranormal content and true paranormal investigations. Hold on. We cheering. Here comes cheering. So there we are. Yes. So don't forget, and we'll have that. We will have that. Thanks, Kelly. We will have that later on in the show. A couple of things now. Let me see. I have to write everything down these days. Pardon me. Okay. So we have a live tomorrow at 2 p.m., a live Monday night for Manifestation Monday, and then Thursday, Help, I'm Haunted, and we only have 3 more left in this series. I may start it up again. I don't know. I might do it after the first of the year because we all got a lot of things going on. It's all kinds of different seasons and everything else now. So the other thing I want to announce, we will be having a fundraiser for Miss Kelsey Fitzsimmons. I believe that will be, oh, green-eyed Southern girl, wait till you hear what this is. Hello. Um, my son is going to help me with it because, you know, we talk about all of this crime content, all of these things. And you know what? Sometimes it can be a little overwhelming, but I want to bring a little excitement to it. So I'm going to write, I'll know after tonight, and then I can announce it. Then I will be writing to Miss Kelsey and telling her what we're doing. I will be inviting some people, but my son will be playing. I will be streaming one of his games because he is a professional gamer. He plays in tournaments, and I want him to play a little bit of spooky content and a little bit of other content that might fit in. So he will be playing the remake of Resident Evil 4. And for those of you who do not know, it is a police officer fighting evil and fighting crime. And that's what we're here about. So, and then as we go through the game and all these monsters and zombies, we can give them names. Like, and let my son fight them off. Here's the cool thing, you know, and I think I'm a big shot sometimes with, you know, and I said, oh, well, too bad you can't use my memory card because I have unlimited AR. And he's like, no, Mom, I'm probably just going to fight on hard mode and go through with a knife. Can't beat that. I don't know what he's going to do, but that's going to be fun. And for those of you who have not seen gaming, like, it's just going to be like we're watching a little movie, only it is yeah, Debbie, he does play that crime scene cleaner. He's paid that a couple times, but I don't know what he's doing in the tournaments right now, but Marbles, I think, is one. But we want to stay in for, so it's going to be zombies and monsters. Won't be scary. It looks kind of like a cartoon, something like that. So there we are. So I will be announcing that. And then I'm going to write to Miss Kelsey, and I hope she gets it in time. And I can mail that out on Monday because I'm going to the post office on Monday. So I think that'll be a lot of fun. The other thing I wanted to say is I noticed while this intro was going that many of you kindly said that you like this and you like the music and all of these things. I got to tell you, I make all my music and I make all my art. I designed this, I made this, I make my music, I put it in here. There are third-party companies that go into live streams who play intros and music and all this other stuff. And even if you buy it, even if you have a license, they will go in and tick you. And the last 3-4 times we've been live, even my own intro, Seeing Crime, I bought the music rights from a producer. And they come in, they're just little like, because they attack your live stream. Many people don't talk about that, but it's like and I've been through it. Mrs. Marie will tell you, they'll go after both channels. They will go after this and that and the other thing. And they'll just put a copyright strike right on you, and it says share revenue. Well, I'm sorry. Can I say, oh, there's my sweetheart. Look at there. Hi, Nan. Hi, Nan. Listen, if you would like to come in and talk with us while we're having the trivia, you're more than welcome to, my darling, because we all love to see you. We all love you. There's our Nan, everyone. So just let me know. And if you would like to, just let me know in the chat and I'll send you a link on the Twix DM, okay? So let me tell you this about these. You talk about Thank you. You're so kind. I would be happy to see your lovely face, my darling. So if you want a link, let us know. Come on in, join the fun. And if you can't, that's okay too. We just love having you here. We love it. We love you. So there you go, my friend. And we can talk about ghouly things and all kinds of everything. So back to the, you talk about grifters. It's the grifters that come in and they attack your stream right away. And then it's like revenue sharing. Well, pardon me for saying this. Bless you. You enjoy your jammies and you have a good time. Thank you so much. I know it's short notice, but anytime you're welcome anytime. So you enjoy your jammies and have a good time because we're going to have a good time. So back to these people. And if you have young ones watching, hold their little ears just for a second. For all of these grifting copywriters that want to come in and attack my little music and all my content, that's intellectual property. So if you keep doing it, I have already written to YouTube and complained. So if you keep doing it, here comes something that Zelda never says. Go take a piss. Because you're not going to, I've already had people stealing my stuff. And nobody is going to steal my art. And you know I don't talk that way, but I'm done with these people. Thank you. Thank you. So anyway, that was my grandmother's favorite word. I might as well use her. So I might as well use that. So thank you so much. You guys are wonderful. Now, well, listen, honey, you know what? It's like anything. You start, and I'm not a big creator, but if you start being popular to a certain degree, oh my gosh, Nan, you beautiful gal, yes. Thank you for your generosity, you darling, enjoying my jammies and enjoying a wonderful creator who keeps showing up. I'm going to keep showing up. And let me tell you, Miss Nan, I don't know if you missed this, but on the 25th, my son and I plan on doing a fundraiser for Miss Kelsey Fitzsimmons. And he will be playing a game as a police officer, fighting evil, fighting crime, and fighting zombies, called Resident Evil 4. And we're going to do it for Kelsey. Now, if you want to hear one more, thank you, my darlings. You guys are wonderful. And my darling, you are so generous. And yes, I got the little tick to put up my Venmo. Thank you. You guys always have to remind me to be a grifting psychic. I can't do it all by myself. All right. So not only do we plan on, here's the big news, not only do we plan on doing a fundraiser for Kelsey Fitzsimmons, we plan on doing a fundraiser for Mr. Aaron Spencer. And for those of you who do not know who Aaron Spencer is, he took care of a man who had been taking advantage of his young daughter. And ultimately, the system put Aaron Spencer in a very hard way financially, because now there is a lot of legal trials that he has to face. But you know what else? He's running for sheriff. I believe it's in the state of Alabama. So please, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but he's running for sheriff. And I'm all about it. So now we're watching on the TV for most of you, my darlings, and we're going to put the chat on the TV for all of you. Arkansas, thank you. Thank you. I knew you guys would save my lunch. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So without further ado, thank you, Catherine. I appreciate all of you. Thank you. Thank you. You all are great. First of all, I want to thank True Oracle is in here with us tonight. The tremendous growth is phenomenal. Thank you, my darlings. And it's because of you. And we thank you. And when we get to 13,000 subscribers, and we're not that far away from 11,000, if we keep this growth, it's going to be pretty soon. I found a little extra House of Zelda deck. I will give away a House of Zelda deck of cards. We're going to have a big blowout. Now, if you are out of the United States proper, I don't mind sending it to you, but the customs costs are, I don't want to do that to you. Oh, here's the prize. Now you have to pay customs. No. What I will do is give you a big video reading with me and maybe a moon phase reading, and we'll just do all kinds of goodies, okay? So I don't want anybody left out. So that's what we will do. Okay? Because we appreciate you so much and we want to give back to our members. That's why tomorrow, my darlings, become a member on True Oracle, because tomorrow I will be reading your cards, members only. And the only reason I do it members only, and you guys understand, is because the trolls eat my bloody lunch, and I don't want to have to say the P word again. So there we are. So, okay, that's why it helps us to keep. And I want to thank the mods who are here because they are phenomenal. So without further ado, I've been just talking too much. Let's get started. Here are my new boyfriends. They fight over me. Yes, yes. They're the best ones to have. Except this guy right here, I'm very careful. I don't get mad because I don't want to say, bite me, right? Oh, and him too. No, we don't say bite me. Now tonight, my darling, they are my, I'm so afraid of getting copyrighted, I would sing. Let's get started. The trivia, my darlings. He does need a shave. And every now and then he comes in the evening after work, and he has to stay out in the garage because it just doesn't. He knows it though. All right. And then Frankie, he gets so upset, and I have to look at him and say, Frank, pull yourself together. All right, enough is enough. Let's get started. Now, tonight's trivia game is going to be on the old Universal type, old great movies. That's where it all started. Thank you. Hi, Nate, my darling. Hi. That's where it started. Dracula, Count Dracula, Frankenstein, and the Wolfman. Hold on, here it comes. Oh, when he calls me. All right. We're going to start out, my darlings. Here is the first question. I have several questions. So if we have to have a round two like we did with Dark Shadows, we will do that. Here we are. Oh no, Mama, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, we're all good. All right. I love it. Can you tell that I love this time of year? Can I tell you a funny story before we start? Mama J, I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm going to tell you a funny story. Sorry. I was holding a furry person. Here's a funny story. The last big house I got, I renovated. I'm one of these that when I look for a house, I look for square footage. Does anybody else do that? I do. Give me the bang for the buck. I'm not going to pay XYZ over here and get 3 rooms. When I can pay XYZ over here and get 583 rooms, and if I have to change sinks in the bathroom, I'm down for it. Okay? The last one that I had a big office. And I had a life-size figure of this guy right here. And he was standing, and I had it kind of rigged up so that if I stepped on a little button, he would raise an arm and do the, thing. Well, I had an electrical problem, and I never thought, and I had a poor electrician walk in that room and step on that button looking at an outlet. And that guy left out this werewolf fellow left out a hole. My Wolfman left out a howl and raised this arm. And I've never seen anybody move that fast since 1978. He said nothing. He took his stuff and he hit the door running. And I'm like, are you gonna come back? Never heard from him again. That's what he gets. All right. I did apologize to him. I called him, apologized. I said, look, I am over the top when it comes to this stuff because you guys love it. I love it. Why have a thing like this if we don't get to, Let's get started on our trivia before I get started talking, because I'm a talker. So I've got Wolfman, Dracula, and Frankenstein questions. I'm going to try to do one of each. So if you are all ready, we're going to start out with my little buddy here. Okay. I want you to tell me. Here we go, my darlings. Ready? I want you to tell me who played the Wolfman in the 1941 Wolfman movie. And I'll give you a hint. His screen name was Larry Talbot. Larry Talbot. Wow, there goes Mary Swampy. Hello, hello. Mary Talbot, yes, hello. Oh my gosh, Lon Chaney Jr. That's it, Lon Chaney. I wanted to do this because of a lot of our friends. Last Saturday night, couldn't really play because they didn't know what, and that's my fault. Dark Shadows. They didn't understand. They didn't know, and that's not their fault. So, very good. Lon Chaney Jr. was fantastic. That is my favorite movie. All right. Next, my darlings, is a vampire question. Who portrayed Dracula in the 1931 film? What was his name? Please put it in the chat. This is kind of easy. They get a little harder. Don't worry about your spelling. Thank you, Rosebud. It's highlighter and not really anything tonight. Who played? Yes. Green-Eyed Southern Girl is the first one who came in. These are a little easy. Dracula in the 1931 Bela Lugosi film. And do you know, I'm going to dig it out. I have a copy of the newspaper clipping of Bela Lugosi for his obituary. Sick. I know. I do have that. I will post it because, we want to know these things. Very good, my darlings. Very good. Bella Lugosi. Bella Lugosi. He was buried in that. Yes, I do have that. He was a very good actor, but I'm going to tell you this. After he played Dracula, that kind of ruined his career because, you know, he got typecast. He got typecast. And that's how the world goes. Okay, here's another. Now, here's one about my buddy Frankie. Needs to pull it together, right? He's all over the place. Be careful of what we put in the chat, please. Please, please. It was Hungarian. Who played Dr. Henry Frankenstein, not Frankenstein? Frankenstein, right? I said it wrong. Who played Dr. Henry Frankenstein? I said Frankenstein in the 1931 film. Who played Dr. Frankenstein? No, not Boris. Not Boris. Not Gene Wilder. 1931 Universal movie. No, not Boris Karloff. Not Boris Karloff, my darlings. My lighting is very different tonight. You know what I think it is, my darlings? The lighting reflects off what I wear, and it reflects off my screen. And, you know, I was getting a little dark, and I had to lighten it up because I was matching the rest of everything else. Colin Clive. Absolutely, that's Colin Clive. Cheers. I made some coffee tonight, and look at my, I don't know why, it must have a little green in the paint. Look at my cup. That's not a cup, it's a bowl. I made coffee. Colin Clive. Thank you, and I will be reading your super chats and new members. And you know, there's something that I can give away. Thank you, my darlings. I got it from a pharmacy. There's something I can give away, memberships, but they won't let my channel yet. So I think that I don't know what it is. Anyway, very good, my darlings. Now, here's a little trick question. What is his name? Because most people think that his name is Frankenstein. What's with that energy? Hello. We're good. That's right. The swiper, no swiping. That's right. The monster. Sometimes it just goes like that. I don't know. Energy here. The monster. That's right. Frankenstein's monster. Very good. Has anyone in the chat, and I want you to put a number 1, has anyone in the chat read the book Mary Shelley's Frankenstein? Has anyone read that book? Has anyone read it? Put a number 1 in the chat if you've read the book by Mary Shelley. Frankenstein. Frankenstein, as they say. Frankenstein. Yes. I'm gonna read to you just a few sentences. When I read this book again, and sorry, it's on my Kindle. I like paper books, but oh. This is the mind of Mary Shelley. To Mrs. Saville in England, St. Petersburg, December 11th of 17 and whatever. So it was in the 1700s. Listen to this. You will rejoice to hear that no disaster has accompanied the commencement of an enterprise which you have regarded with such evil forebodings. Oh, I read that wrong. That you have regarded with such evil forebodings. I arrived here yesterday, and my first task is to assure my dear sister of my welfare and increasing confidence in the success of my undertaking. Listen, you had me at you will rejoice to hear. If you haven't read it, you can actually get a free copy on Kindle. Read these classics because they literally transport you back into time, and it is literally so wonderful. All right, my darlings, here we go. Next question. Next question. Here we are. This is about my little furry friend. What object is said to be the only weapon that can ever unalive one of these guys? This is easy. This is easy. This is easy. Thank you, Boda Bob. This is easy. Right, green-eyed Southern girl. Imagine, I love the way they talk. All the thithers and a silver bullet. Now that leads me to another question. Who has ever seen that movie, Silver Bullet? Have you seen the movie Silver Bullet? Put a 1 in the chat. Needs more K-Bell. My mom is obsessed with Kindle to move on to technical age when it comes to hundreds of books everywhere. You know what? I get it. I don't have all my books here with me, but I have over 500 titles in my... Do not take my reading from me, because while most people sit and they go through social media mindlessly, if I'm not asking my chat if Jesus ever ate a grilled cheese sandwich, I'm reading a book. That is a silver bullet. That was a wonderful movie. Wonderful movie. Thank you. Thank you. Here we go. Now this little guy, don't get near him. He bites. According to, oh wait. No, we did him. What object? Are you ready? That's right, Sam. Nothing like the classics. What object is placed around one's neck for protection against vampires? It's okay, Lily. It's okay. I wasn't a reader until later in my life, and it's like, oh, you know, you guys have got some great answers. Garlic, a cross or a crucifix, iron, you know, that would be me. I love it. I love it. The proper answer is a crucifix, but I believe any old thing will do. Garlic. But you know, when I have my little podcast, and that's coming very soon, I'll let you know, with my friend who was really a real vampire, garlic doesn't faze them. Crucifix doesn't faze them. They were actually around at the time of Christ. There are other things. So that's fun. You guys are up on your oh yeah, Salem's Lot. And that's a free one on Tubi now. I like Salem's Lot. All right, here we go. James Mason was very good in that movie. Here we are. I call him Frankie who wants to be called a monster? We don't want to hurt his feelings. Who played the monster in that same movie? Who played Frankie in the same movie? Who played Frankie in the 1931 film, Universal film? Keep going. Boris Karloff. Boris Karloff. Bingo. Who played Frankenstein? Frankenstein was played by Colin Clive, but Boris Karloff. And boy, my darlings, to read the stories about the makeup that these poor people had to go through, grueling on a daily basis for only a few hours, just for our entertainment. Little did they know that is going so, how many? It's almost 100 years old. Almost as old as I am. All right, here we are. Next question. They might get a little harder, and I think I might be adding some in there as well. Now this is tricky. This is for my buddy right here, Fluffy. According to the movie's poem, well, I love that you're here, Love a Scorpio. According to the movie's poem, what blooms when the wolfbane blooms? I'm going to say that again. According to the movie's poem, what blooms when the wolfbane blooms? Kind of a tricky one. Oh, you guys are so good. But keep going. And then I'm going to recite the poem to you because this is important things. You need to know. These are things you need to know. Do you see why I'm not in a relationship? Because love is kind of crazy with a spooky little girl like me. No, it's a tough one. You guys are answering very great, but I'm going to say this. Ready? Here we go. Now listen. Whenever a man is pure in heart and says his prayer by night, becomes a wolf when the wolfbane blooms and the autumn moon is bright. Here comes a howling. You got to do that. So when the wolf is near, I'm going to give you the answer. The wolfman is near, the wolfbane blooms. It's like, that was kind of tough. But still good. The werewolf. That's right. My darlings. I could literally haunt my own house. All right. Next up, look at this little sweetheart. He's getting a question again. Here we are. Name the actor who played Dracula's son and the son of Dracula in 1943. Who played Dracula's son in the 1943 film Son of Dracula? These are kind of tough. If you've not seen them for a while, I haven't seen Son of Dracula in a long time, but you all know him. Half right, Mitchell. Half right. Who was the actor who played It's Lon Chaney Jr. Very good. Very good. You guys are great. And I know you have Google on standby. I would too. There's no such thing as cheating. There's everything about getting these answers. I mean, this is important things we use in our everyday life. Round 3, here we go. The Frankenstein Files. What was the famous line that Dr. Frankenstein shouted as our buddy Frankie came to life? Hello, and the Goodmans are in the chat. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome, my darlings. Hello to each and every one of you. Hello, I'm so glad that you guys are having a fun. Oh yes, love a Scorpio. You guys go. Yes, yes, put it in the chat. It's alive. It's alive. Yes, yes. Oh, I love this. I love it. Thank you. You guys are great. Hi, Misbehaving. It's okay, darling. Come on in. Come on in. Mrs. Bouquet is here. Thank you so much, my darlings. That's good. All right, let me mark this. I have to mark them off because back to the werewolf within. What was... See, they're going to get a little deeper now, my darlings, okay? Oh, I love Young Frankenstein. It's one of my favorite movies. Especially when they say Mrs. Who was Mrs. Brooker? When the horses would... right? Hello, that was great. Here we go. What was Larry Talbot, that was the character played by Lon Chaney Jr., what was his father's name in the Wolfman movie? What was... Yes, it was Cloris Leachman. I just love her. What was his father's name? What was his father's name in the movie? Who got... I'm Gumby. Dang it. Yes. Yes, you guys are wonderful. Now, Sir John Talbot. Sir John Talbot. He was a sir. He was a sir. Very, very good. I'm glad you guys like this. Because you know what? We have to kind of take down this. Take a breath. You know what I mean? We got to take down that. Sometimes that stuff that happens. Just got a Venmo in. Thank you so much for your generosity. I might read it here in a minute. I don't want to start fiddling with that. And next up, back to the Vampire Night. Which European country is most associated with Dracula's castle? That's right. Forget the world. Amen. What European country is most associated with Dracula's castle? Transylvania and modern-day Romania. Very good. You guys, listen. I would go out to be with you guys anytime to go in these places. Transylvania, Romania. I've got stories about the castle. And that is Count Dracul. Not Dracula, Dracul. He was a bad dude. Some of the stuff he said, I can't even put on here. Some of the stuff he did. He had a hidden... He had... have you? There was another castle that he had. And he had a, I'll have to remember where it was. Vlad the Impaler, that's right, that's right. He had a secret passageway, so that when the Ottomans came to get him, because they had had enough with the heads on the stakes thing, they had had enough. So when the Ottomans came to get him, he fled through this secret passageway. He was married. And when he was married, and his wife jumped off the edge. They have, to this day, never found the secret passage. Now, at one point, you know, they made this into a tourist area. Yeah, he did kind of do some bad things there. They made this into a tourist area, but the steps that went up to this particular castle, let me tell you what it is. Hello, I'm going to drive myself crazy if I don't remind myself. Hold on, hold on. Dracula Castle. I'll tell you where it was. Bucharest. It was in Bucharest. Let me see. Yes. It was in Bucharest. And they made this into a tourist thing. The steps were so crazy, and so people couldn't even make it up the amount of steps, and they were so steep to get up there. They couldn't make it, but they tried. Well, here's what happened. All of a sudden, the big brown bears started coming out and making a home in the castle. And they had to close that castle because of the bears. And they decided that they wanted to make a tram to go over those steps. Now, I don't know, but I just think that that's pretty interesting. That's the castle in Bucharest is where he had the secret passageway. And there's supposed to be some type of magnificent gem that is hidden, and there's wealth that is hidden in the passageway, so that he wasn't leaving without anything. And if you think Vlad was bad, there was a woman who made him look like he was Mickey Mouse. Someday we'll talk about that. Let's get back to the trivia. We'll get back to the trivia. All right, where did we go? Okay, back to the Frankenstein files. 1931 film about Frankenstein. Who was the director? Who was the director? I miss those serials. Who was the director of the 1931 Frankenstein? Cheers while you all are searching. And then there's another witch, and there was a witch that she was wild. I'll tell you all about these. And did you see my little video about my family werewolf thing? It didn't get much views because it's not about crime, but it's that time of year, and I'm going to share these things. James Whale, who said that. Sam, that's right. James Whale. Sherry D, very good, very good. I would have done my, that's right, Lily. You guys, the mind, can I tell you this? That was, Boda Bob, you're absolutely correct. And I believe that is Elizabeth. Now I must check her. I can't remember her name. Elizabeth Bathory. Elizabeth was a countess in Hungary and lived she tortured and unalived hundreds of young women in the 16th and 17th centuries. And it was close to the time that when Dracula, she was a nut. Yes, Elizabeth Bathory of Hungarian. She was the countess. Yes, exactly. Yes. Oh, I have a playlist in my show, in my channel, about these people: Elizabeth Bathory, Dracula, werewolf. Anyway. Well, let's take a moment here. Zelda, I have to know what your favorite scary movie of all time. Well, what is your definition of a scary movie? Because I don't like the slasher. I don't like that. The Freddy and, Halloween and all that, Hellraiser, whatever. Those are not my... I'll have to think about it. Let me know. All right, let's get back to the questions. Green-eyed, and you let me know what type of scary movie. No gore for Zelda. I've seen too much. Now, I will let just something during this season, Zelda. Well, my favorite one is the Wolfman. And the reason being is because they have this old woman gypsy who looks in the palm of the hand and sees the mark of the werewolf. Whenever a man is pure in heart and says his prayer by night, becomes a wolf when the wolfbane blooms and the autumn moon is bright. All right, here we are. I like House on Haunted Hill with Vincent Price. All right, here we are, my darlings. Where did I leave off? Okay, back to the Werewolf Within. The old Universal movies and Hammer. Now, I like the Hammer movies, and my favorite actor is Peter Cushing. Peter Cushing. All right. Oh, Green-Eyed Southern, I love it. I love it. All right, back to the questions, or we'll just get lost. This is for my furry friend. He smells like a dog every time he comes home from work. I don't understand. Which 1943 film, now this is, here we go. Which 1943 film pitted the Wolfman against Dracula for the first time ever on screen? 1943. Kind of like Who's Buried in Crans's Tomb. What film pitted the Wolfman against? I don't know if this is, did I not write that down right? The Wolfman against this guy. 1943. Frankenstein meets the Wolfman. Frankenstein meets the Wolfman. I think I made a typographical error here. So I'm going to put a question mark above there. That one may be my fault. So there we go. There we go. All right, here we are. Back to the Vampire Nights. Back to Vampire Nights. In the early films, how was a vampire usually destroyed? In the early films, thank you, Desperate Injustice. It's very kind of you to say that with our friend Nan. What, my darlings? Oh, you guys are good. Wait, somebody said it. Somebody said it. How was he destroyed? Oh, somebody said it there. Somebody said it. Keep going. Yes. Sunlight. Reduced Dracula to ash immediately. Goodbye. Checked out. Self-cremated. There we are. I just gotta tell you how much I love having you guys here. My son just came out and looked at me and was just kind of like, you know, I'm going to tell you the hard thing that he has. Because his buddies will say, hey, can you stream such and such night? And he'll say, no, my mom is streaming that night. And it's like shocking to them. Your mom streams? Yeah. And then somebody else will say, is Zelda your mom? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, I know her. My mom watches her, you know, and it goes through all this. And he just is kind of like, but he's heard it for ever since he was a baby. He was born into it. All right. Back to the Frankenstein files. This is a good one. Do you remember her? He is proud of me. He is. He's proud of me. But he laughs because he's like, Mom, you are so theatrical. Well, what do you want me to do? Just sit on here? Act like a... But this really is me. What you see right here is me off camera. This is it. This is it. Me off camera. Me off camera. Next question. Now you guys are going to like this one. The Bride of Frankenstein in 1935. I watched that again for the first, it was on Tubi, I think. I was amazed at how good that was. Who played the bride? What was the name of the actress? Hi there, Detective 1111. I love that. Thank you, thank you. Thanks, welcome. Glad you're here. I'm not a drama queen. I'm just theatrical. He does, Sherry D, he does. And you're going to see when he comes on, he's going to do his imitation of Christopher Walken. I am a Pisces. I'm a March Pisces, born March 15th on the Ides of March. And when I was a little girl, I knew more about Caesar being unalived by his Senate than my teachers, because my grandmother and, you know, we always kind of talked about that. But just know that any month has an Ides of the 15th, which was 3 days ago, was the Ides of October. So it's like the middle of the month. The only reason that March Oh, nice, Jackie. The only reason that March 15th is the Ides of March, beware the Ides of March, is because Caesar's seer, soothsayer, psychic told him, you better be careful. Don't go to the Senate meeting. You know, they are not happy. I mean, hello, you may want to stop. And his wife had a dream about him being unalived. And she tried to stop him, and he didn't listen. That's what you get for not listening. Yes, even back then they had psychics, and quite frankly, I am a Pisces Virgo rising. Quite frankly, I do not like the word psychic, even though I've used it because people relate to it. I don't know of another word because I'm not really a medium. I'm not really a psychic. I'm a energy reader. I don't know what I am. Anyway, here we are, my darlings. You guys got it. Elsa Lancaster, or Lancaster. Thank you so much, you guys, my darling. Yeah, fortune teller, you can say that. Yeah, or hey, don't forget your grifting psychic. Thank you, green-eyed. Thank you, my darling. You guys are so wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You love me as a blonde. Well, you never know what might happen. Piece of us. You never know what may happen in the future. I mean, I'm not one to be afraid to make changes. Back to the Wolfman Chronicles. The Wolfman, the werewolf, Wolfman. The Wolfman. A werewolf. Okay, here's another thing I'm going to tell you. A werewolf is the name of that type of species. Okay? A wolfman is a particular man or woman. A werewoman. Let's get that mixed up. But a werewolf is a general term. No, Mitchell. Oh, thank you. You guys are so sweet. Thank you. Thank you. I love you. And the comments on both channels, sometimes you get a stinker. Okay? But YouTube holds them. So stink away. Because if you come into our channels and you're ugly, why were so many of these types of movies made, Ms. Holmes? That is an excellent question. Because seriously, you don't see that. A lot of things were by wives' tales, and so on and so on. But the moment that someone grabbed a hold of Mary Shelley's book, Frankenstein, and then they started, because Nosferatu was the first one, they realized that people love to be scared. And that's why. I mean, here's the thing. They went through this time period where all they were making were Westerns, right? Or they were making those gay divorcee type movies with Ginger Rogers, and that's the name of the movie. Don't get upset. Ginger Rogers and Fred Astaire. So it's kind of like the audiences kind of got tired, and they or gangster movies, that film noir, which I love. Listen, if I would have been back in those days, I probably would have had words with Lauren Bacall. Betty Bacall was her name. I would have fought for Humphrey Bogart, but he was a little guy. He wasn't very big. Humphrey Bogart, born on Christmas Day, just like my son. All right, here we are. Can't answer that kind of thing on here, Sylvia's daughter, but I appreciate it. Next question. Where are we? Where did we leave off? Werewolf. Back to the werewolf within. Here we are. We're getting kind of deep now. What was the name of the makeup artist that created the iconic look of my boyfriend over here, hiding behind curtain number 1? What was the name of the makeup artist? And he worked for Universal Studios only. Only. Not a trick question, but I know you're hitting the Googles right now. So the name of the makeup artist. I love the gangster movie. I love that area and era. For years, I wore my hair like that 1940s thing. Dressed kind of like it. Wore the makeup like it. Red lip, very, the whole idea. Let's see, was this? No, it wasn't Rick Baker. Yes, Jack Pierce. It was Jack Pierce. Boy, that coffee gave me heartburn. I guess that's why I don't drink it often. Jack Pierce. Oh, Linda, you lucky girl. My grandparents knew Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. My grandfather did not like Lauren Bacall. He said she's cussed like a sailor. We don't know why. All right. Next up is Vampire by Night. Hi there, Bad to the Bone. Welcome. Come on in for those of you. And for those of you who are coming in, please do me time out here. Give me a bump. Bump the like button. You know what the bump means if you watch the Donna Adelson case. The bump. Okay. The bump, and subscribe. Share it with your buddies. Thank you. And for those of you, I want you to know this. For those of you who hype our videos on True Oracle in here, I don't know what that's all about, but it does help this get pushed out into the algorithm. And it's so nice that you do that. And for those of you, because many of you have written to me and said, you know what, gosh, Zelda, my PayPal doesn't work. I just feel so horrible. And this doesn't work. It's okay. If you really do want to donate, here's how you donate without donating. Just watch one of the ads from start to finish. Don't skip. Just watch one of the ads from start to finish. You would be amazed how that helps, because we get off ad revenue. Here we go. There's an explanation by my captain, and this is why I have her. If you hype out the video, it tells YouTube to push it out further, so it helps push Lady Zelda's videos out there. I hate her videos. You might hate them. 3 times a week, and the best part, it's free. Yes. I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Captain. Thank you so much, Captain. And I know you hit. Well, that's okay if you have YouTube Premium, because guess what? If you like it and you have YouTube Premium, I get a little, just a little bit of something. But because that's okay. It's okay. No worries. Thank you. Captain Jerry says she hypes them. She doesn't hate them. Thank you for the correction. But we knew what you were saying. So there you go. Okay, so back to the vampire. Okay, now this is going to be something. What word is spoken by Van Helsing? Now we're getting deep. Van Helsing has entered the chat. Van Helsing. Van Helsing, what word is spoken by Van Helsing as he drives the stake into Dracula in the 1931 film. Oh, that might be a little hard. And a video, Boda Bob says, let me put that up here. Thank you, my darling. Boda Bob says a video can only be hyped 3 times. The first 3 to hype the video, push it out. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Beverly Sills, aka Bubble. I don't know. No. Keep going. Keep going. Van Helsing, he actually yells the word. He doesn't speak it. He yells the word as he drives the stake into Dracula. Ooh. Oh, wait, that's the wrong Dracula. That was Dark Shadows. Ooh. Okay. No, he doesn't say "doy." Doesn't say "oi." No. It's one syllable, and it's not no. Keep going. Keep going. Fishies. I thought it was no. Not rest in peace. We'll give you a minute here. Van Helsing says this in the 1931 film as he drives the stake in. I love Dark Shadows. We're going to have a part 2 of Dark Shadows. We may have to do some of these sort of things into November too. I know it's a Thanksgiving thing, but I'm just thankful that I have you guys. Okay, here we go. Ready? Ready? Here. Ready? Now. Now. As in, take that, you scoundrel. Now. Now is the word. Here we go. We're back to Frankie. Now. That's right, Martha. Now. Oh, Amy said it? Oh, I didn't even see it. Amy, you are wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next up, Frankie. What feature was added to the bride's hair to evoke lightning during the Bride of Frankenstein? What feature was added to her hair? Oh, Amy said no, not now. Okay, well, we'll give it to you, Amy. The gray streaks, and you know what was supposed to look like? Lightning. And I went to school with a girl, one of my buddies, who had hair as dark as mine. We were going to go to a Halloween party. She thought it would be cool, so we helped her put her hair up like this, and she took shoe polish. Now listen, it looked cool. It was like right there. But something happened to her hair, and to this day, she has a gray streak in her hair. It washed out, but she has a gray streak now. So you know what she did? She just let it all go gray. I won't allow my hair to go gray. Not yet. Maybe when I'm 125, but not now. So yeah, she kind of regretted that to a certain degree, but I mean, why not have a cool friend who, you know, a trendsetter, right? But I mean, hello, my darlings, this was a time they did not have that type of makeup and hair stuff, so we had to get creative back in the day. So but no, I'm not going to have gray hair. They always tell you the older that you get, the more you have to lighten up. I do not know who said that, but I kind of like my hair dark, and I will wear my dark hair. until probably my grifting days are over and then some. Here we go, my darlings. We had to get creative back in the day. Oh, look, somebody's coming to visit. It's the Mrs. Huffington. I've called her Mrs. Huffington all day because she's huffed. She's a huffer. And she's been sneezing, so please do not sneeze on Mama today. Let's go to the next question, my darlings. Back to Frankie. What feature? Okay, no, I said that. What animal bit Larry Talbot to trigger his curse? What animal bit Larry? Thank you, Mary. What animal bit Larry? This is Larry. That's his name, Larry. To trigger the curse. It is a wolf. It is a wolf who triggered the curse of the Wolfman. Even a man who is pure in heart, who says his prayers by night, becomes a wolf when the wolfbane blooms and the autumn moon is bright. Okay, I'll stop that silliness. A wolf. Yes, I'm sorry. Listen, I've been doing that for days. You just saw Sam. If you want to laugh, rewind it and watch her when I do that werewolf thing. Because her and Petey, sorry, sister. Oh, okay. All right. Her and Petey, I can do the howl for you. Would you like me to do the howl? It's kind of loud, but I'll do the howl. Sister, we need to give her medicine because sometimes she's got chronic sinusitis. So that's the thing. No. What's the name of my other channel is True Oracle Fate and Fortune. If you want me to do the wolf howl, put a 1 in the chat and we're going to go on. Okay. Make sure I tick these off. Are you leaving me or are you hanging? We'll get back when we get back to the werewolf within. I'll do the wolf howl. Here we are. All right. Who directed Dracula 1931? Who directed Dracula 1931? Who directed the Dracula movie with Bela Lugosi in 1931? I wasn't around then, so I don't know. Who was the director? Would that not be fun? Let's think about this. Would that just not be fun to be in a... I don't want to be in a gory slasher movie, no. But give me the mystery. Todd Browning, you guys are good. Yes, sister, I know, Angel. Oh, no, not careful. I'm going to tell you what I've always wanted to do. Have you... I know that many of you have seen the movie Notorious with Cary Grant and Olivia de Havilland's sister. Her name escapes me. And they were sitting in they went to this dining room. And they were sitting around this table by candlelight. And they were talking about crime. And the hostess who had was, I think, a spinster, and her brother was there who was a doctor. And they were talking about these medical things, like a whatever, that would unalive you. And the doctor, Cary Grant, was very adamant. Joan Fontaine, thank you, was very adamant about wondering what that was. And Cary Grant guessed it, and the doctor, anyway. To me, that would be the coolest thing, to have a dinner party and sit around and talk about mysteries, crime mysteries. Nothing, we have to eat, right? We're not going to talk about that type of thing. Never know, I might have one and film it. All right, here we go. Now we're back to Frankenstein. Which film did Basil Rathbone appear as the scientist's son? Which film did Basil Rathbone show up as Frankenstein's son? Who's buried in Grant's tomb? Why are you wet? Were you sitting in the sink? Bathroom sink. She goes and sits in the bathroom sink. Son of Frankenstein. Mrs. Bouquet, thank you so much. That's it. I worry about you guys being bored. Very good, all of you. As long as you're not bored, I mean, we're getting together, and you never know when a story is going to come out. You just don't know. I can't drink any more of that coffee. It gave me wicked heartburn. Good. I'm so glad, because I'm going to tell you something. I get overwhelmed sometimes with all this crime stuff, all these hurtful, sad stories, all this stuff. And I think sometimes we just need to cut loose a little bit and, hang out with our friends. Okay, here we go. Okay, the werewolf is up. I'm going to do the wolf. My son will come out of his room, I can tell you that. Which country? Now this is the Wolfman. Which country's folk tales gave rise to the term I can't say it. Lycanthropy is what it looks like. Like I can't say that word. I've never been able to. Lycanthropy. You know what I mean. It is lycanthropy is how it is. Which country? And I can break it down for you. Which country? Think about this now. You guys are close. Which country's folk tales? It is Greece. Martha, it is Greece. Lycanthropy is what it is. It's lycanthropy. But why have that name? Lycanthropy. Right? And the reason that I said Croatia, one of you mentioned Croatia. Do you know that Croatia has the largest amount? Sorry, here we go. Zelda. has the largest amount of vampires? I know many think Romania, Turkey, Transylvania. Well, it's Romania now. Croatia. Now, let's break this down. Lycanthropy. The first part of the word, are you leaving me, sister? Or no? Lycanthropy, that's right. Hello. That's why the men of Croatia are so handsome. Oh, look. That's it. Do a side thing. Okay. Well, this little hair just wants to just eat my lunch every time I come on here. Lycanthropy, lycos equals wolf. Okay? Lycos is wolf. Anthropos, which is Greek, is man. So wolfman is where that comes from. It's the Greek. So there we go. Here we go. Everybody get ready. Back up. Turn your volume down, because this is going to be loud. Thank you. This is going to be loud. I'm getting ready to do the wolf thing, but I have to do the little thing, the poem. Ready? If ever a man is pure in heart and says his prayers by night, becomes a wolf when the wolfbane blooms and the autumn moon is bright. Ready? Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh. Yes, I'm sorry, my Sammy. There, see? You see what happens? And this time this time of year, Zelda walks around the house as a wolf. All right, there you go. You guys are so funny. Listen, the things I've learned. Thank you. Thank you very much. That and a rain dove are my claims to fame. That and a rain dove. Thank you. I see you guys are so impressed that it doesn't take much. Doesn't take much. My son just came out. Is everything okay? Sorry, everybody. Thank you, thank you. You saw Sam. She was like, "Mommy, no, not the wolf again, Mommy, no." You want to hear the rain dove? For those of you, this drives me crazy because I think my eyebrows are too light. Here is the rain dove, and then we get back to trivia. Got it? Are you saying we're easily amused? I hope so. I hope so. I hope so. Here we go, my darlings. Ready? Let me see if I can do it. So if ever it's going to rain and you hear that, maybe it's me. All right, now. Oh, thank you. Oh my God, Mama J's. Thank you, you guys. I'm going to tell you a funny story, then we're back at it. I would go fishing with my grandpa constantly. My grandma and grandpa, they were very big outdoors. That is a mourning dove, which is considered to be a pigeon, but it is mourning as in mourning, a mourning, as you are a mourning, feeling sad. is a mourning dove. You hear that when it's going to rain. So I remember I was young. I mean, I 10, 8, 10, something like that. So yeah, they do mate for life. And I see them in pairs all around here. And every time I walk out, it doesn't matter. It's not going to rain. It's like, oh, there she is. Let's talk to her. Hello. So we're out fishing. And there's an Amishman on the lake where we were. And he was like far away. My grandfather, who was the instigator of Zelda Kelly, looked down at me and said, "Do the dove." My grandma was on the boat. And my grandma looks at him and says, "Oh, no, don't have her do that. What do you want her to do that for?" And my grandpa's laughing like crazy. And he looks at me and goes, "Do the dove." So I do the dove. All of a sudden, you see this Amish man looking, and he comes rowing toward us. And my grandpa is splitting. Now, my grandpa was the little Irishman, and he didn't speak in an accent unless he got really upset. But this Amishman starts rowing toward us. And my grandma, "Oh, look at what you did now. Look, he's going to come over here." Because you know, when you go fishing, you're supposed to be quiet because sound carries, and you don't want the fish to go deeper. He comes up past our boat, looks at my grandpa and says, "I think it's time for us to go in. Did you hear that? I think it's going to rain." My grandpa looked at him and said, "Yeah, sounds like it." That poor Amishman, to this day, I'm sure he's gone now because that was, 100 years ago when I was 10. That poor man that went by, my grandfather sat on that boat like this and cried. He was laughing so hard. And I was kind of a tomboy of the family, so get me out there, let me bait my own hook, and let me just fish. I don't have time to be female. I just want to fish. So that was the kind of thing. And Grandpa also told me, I don't know if he was a troll or not, but anyway, he looked like Lorne Green. You know, dun 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 dun. Lorne Green, right? I made Grandpa's day awe. Well, Grandpa taught me that anytime you were in a crowd and you couldn't get through, look up. And then start pointing. Doing this. So he'd give me the high sign and would say, you know, he'd look at me and go, and I'd be standing there going like this, and Grandpa would be, you know, whatever. And before you know it, he would have a crowd standing there looking up in the sky, and we would wave our way through. That was my grandpa. That was my grandpa. No, you're fine, Sherry. Okay, back to trivia. We had a little break. Does anybody need to take a little break? Go to the water closet, get a little snack, refresh your drink. Anybody want to do that? Because we are going to come back. I had a wonderful childhood. There were moments, okay, but for the most part, I had fantastic grandparents. I was named after my grandma, but not that one. Zelda is on the other side of the. One day I'll show you a picture of my grandmother Zelda when she was 10 and adorable. Yeah, look up. Grandpa would be. I'm going to tell you this. You're going to love this about my grandpa. Grandpa was ornery. Now look, we all have this, but I'm going to be as nice as possible. We would be in a grocery store. Grandma and Grandpa would go to the grocery store on the weekend. And if Grandpa saw a woman that he didn't really like when she was in line for the groceries, or she kept looking at my grandmother, because my grandmother, I mean, she would clean house and wear high heels. Grandma, get a life. Hello. But she was like that. Pearls, heels. He would go up near this woman in front of everybody and look at her and go, oh, pew. Like she let one go. And everyone would just start to scatter, right? And then he'd push Grandma to get into the line. That's Grandpa. Grandpas are perfect. So anyway, there we go. Now, there you all had a nice little breaky. Yeah, Grandpa was a stinker. Grandpa was hilarious. So, okay, my darlings, let's get back to it. So we got to catch up. All right, so we came back to the werewolf, and then I did my thing. So if any of you need a werewolf, you know where to call. Okay, we did that. We're back to this. Now, we did this. Now we're back to Frankie. Are you coming or going, sister? Back to Frankie. Okay, my darlings, here's a good one. What was the name of the hunchback assistant in the first film of 1931 Universal? With Frankie. What was the... Hi there, Beatrice. Hi there, my darlings. Welcome, welcome. Everybody thinks it's Igor, but it wasn't Igor, something else. What was it? Mrs. Bouquet. Renfield. I did not like that movie. And I like Nick Cage. Oh. All right. I need to write this down and tell you another little story when we get done. Nick Cage. Okay. Dwight Fry. Fritz. It was Fritz. It was Fritz. So very good, my darling. That was kind of tough. That one was kind of tough. It's Fritz. Fritz. Back to the werewolf. I love Nick. Now, I've been saying this. What botanical symbol was shown throughout the Wolfman to ward off evil? What botanical was shown in the movie Here with My Buddy to ward off evil? That's right, Mary. Leckenberry. I love that, Mary. Mary Swampy Wolfsbane. Wolfbane. That was to ward off evil. Don't you love those old movies? Don't you love the old movies where instead of just saying, oh, that's evil. No, it is evil. Evil. Even in those old songs that I used to sing in church, you didn't say evil, it was evil. Let's put some emphasis on the evil. Okay. All right. Evil. That's right. Very good. Very good. Here we are. Wolfbane. No more. Look, she's worn out from today fighting off so many wolfmen of her mommy walking around the house. The neighbors are probably saying, break time, Zelda. Next up, you guys are going to like this. What was the name of Dracula's assistant who ate insects? What was the name of Dracula's assistant who ate insects? Thank you so much, my darlings, for being here. I love you guys. Who ate insects? There we go. There we go. I love it. It is Renfield. We have one more question. I know. Ooh, right? But I mean, let's think about it. This was 1931. Let's think of a gross thing to do. Oh, we can have him eat bugs. Okay, so here we are. Back to Frankie. We're almost done. Back to Frankie. Mary Shelley first published Frankenstein. There's another name for this. This is a two-part question. What else was it published as? And in what year? Oh boy, look out. Two-parter. Here we go. Yeah, Elizabeth, you need to go watch. This is your homework now. You need to go watch some scary movies. Two-part question. What year did Mary Shelley first publish Frankenstein? Why do I keep saying? Because I saw that movie. What was it? Yeah, with Gene Wilder. Frankenstein. There we go. There we go. There we go. Where Debbie got it. The modern Prometheus. And it was in 1818. Mary Shelley had a very, very hard life. Extremely hard life. Bad. And she lost children. And you know, imagine being that time. Imagine being that time. And you write a book about somebody that does grave hopping. You know what I mean? Robbing, I guess. And you're just picking up spare parts. And then you put them all together. Young Frankenstein, right? That's, yeah. Frankenstein. Imagine. And sometimes I have to wonder about Stephen King. You know, I wonder about some of these, because sometimes I want to, this is going to sound weird to you. Sometimes I want to force myself to think in that, you know, how bad could I get? And then let's just get bad. I can't force myself to think that. I'm thinking, what if I could write a book? Because I know that I can write. I've written before. But I can't go that direction. I cannot go in that. Right? I kind of welcome that. I mean, I kind of like, how did that happen? My darlings, we are almost through all the questions. We only have 3 questions left. 3 questions left. The cookbook is coming out. I am working on a menu for Ichabod Crane. Ichabod Crane is in the next room working, but I will show you what I am making for our Halloween feast. It is a feast. I was going to say a fist or a feast for Ichabod Crane. And then in November, I'll be coming out with the cookeries. Yes, Emily, I love that. Thank you so much. Here's the last round for my buddy here. In what decade did Universal release its first film featuring a werewolf? What decade was Universal Studios Linda, I love it. Thank you. Ichabod Crane, yes. The Headless Horse. I love that. That was one of my favorites when I was growing up to read that. Oh, yes, yes, yes. You guys are getting it. What decade? What decade? We have two who have gotten it. Did Universal release the first film featuring a werewolf? It was in the 1930s. It came out before this, before him, bore Lon Chaney Jr. Got to put the junior in there. Very good. These are fantastic. I love it. This is our buddy here. The last question for tonight. It is, oh, I already said that. What year did Universal release its final classic era Dracula movie, The House of Dracula? What was the year that Universal released the last movie? And it was their final one because they started getting to the point where it's like, oh God, they got another Dracula, oh God, here we go. What was the last year that Universal, remember Universal, released its final classic era Dracula movie, House of Dracula? Whoa. There you go, Martha. Martha got it. Weird Debbie got it. 1945 was the Universal classic era of Dracula's. December 7th of 1945. That's right. That's right. Hello. There we go. Last one for Frankie. You're not left out, Frank. Hang on. Okay. Here's a good one. I know you've all heard of this. Which 1948 comedy brought Frankenstein's monster together with Dracula and the Wolfman? What 1948 comedy brought all three together? It's a comedy. Almost there. Almost there. You almost got it. You almost got it. What was the name of the movie that brought all three together? Jackie got it. Abbott and Costello. Meet Mrs. Bouquet is right there. Meet Frankenstein of 1948. That, my friends, I should have had more. I should have had more questions. I didn't think that we would get through those. Abbott and Costello. I got to tell you this. I could not hardly hack Abbott and Costello. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. So I never really watched any of those. I didn't really watch any of them. But I shouldn't I? We will continue to have we're going to continue to have some of these trivias, do some other things. We're going to do some now. Next Sunday, I believe, let me check the calendar. I'm sorry, not next Sunday, next Saturday, if I can pull it together, will be our Kelsey Fitzsimmons fundraiser. Thank you. Sorry, lost my mind for a moment. And I will definitely be making that announcement. I will be inviting folks to come in. But you know what? I understand. And, excuse me, Shaggy, look at this. She's looking at Shaggy like, no, no, I'm here with my mother now. You must turn away. So I will keep you posted on that. And then I'm going to just zip a really quick note to our sweetheart Kelsey and hope that she gets it and just say, look, we love you. We're here. We're going to have this little fundraiser for you. I don't know if you can watch. I do know that I think she watches Attorney Melanie. I'm not sure. And I do believe she watches Mike Crawford of the Young Jerks. But I'm going to give links out. People who want to come in can come in. We're just going to have a lot of fun. That's what it's all about. Then, my darlings, we're going to have another fundraiser for Aaron Spencer. Aaron Spencer, the gentleman in Arkansas who is running for sheriff because he has been wronged by the system. And no, you cannot come up here with me, sir. You're going to have to. This is the Shaggy. Oh, no. Sorry, Sam. Sorry. Oh. Kelsey can watch and listen. Wonderful. And so we're going to have 2 fundraisers. And I just think that that's great. Oh, Kelsey has been in the chat with Melanie, Mike, and Moz. Okay, good. So I'm going to write her a little note. I'll let Mike Crawford know since he talks with her parents, just in case she doesn't get our note in time. So, because I know that they go through and they read them before they have mail call and blah, blah, blah. So anyway, now I'm going to tell you a funny little story. Because I grew up with 2 ladies, Kelsey Fitzsimmons. I grew up with 2 ladies. Oh, she was in with Nurse Kim? Okay, great. Story. I grew up with 2 ladies that were, I've got those instructions. Yeah, I got them. In fact, I think I put them out on my channel not long ago. I grew up with a mother and a grandmother who fashioned their wardrobe and ensembles by Hollywood. So with that being said, thank you. Something's going off here. I don't know what the heck. So, thank you. Thank you, my darling. Thank you, Ellen. Loves the Wolfman, and thank you so much for your generous Venmo. That's so sweet. Thank you. So, they went through this stage, and even up until the later years, and they spoke about actors as though they knew them personally. So if you would say Nicolas Cage, they would call him Nick. Well, I really liked Nick's other movie. Like they were an insider. And it just would floor me. I would laugh so hard. Oh, do you like that? Thank you. I would laugh so hard. And they would just be talking about these, like William Holden. William Holden was one that they would talk about all the time. And they called him Bill. They would talk about him as though, did you see what's going on with Bill? If he could just quit drinking. It's like Bill was going to give them a call at any moment and ask them for their chicken salad recipes. It just cracked me up. Now, my grandparents and my mom did not have money. But I'm going to tell you what, those 2 ladies were probably the most creative that I'd ever seen. And they both would sew. And they would go and they would get this fabric, pennies on the dollar, pennies on the dollar. And that's how I learned to sew, was because, and back in the day, I'm just going to tell you something. Back in the day, that's you were taught. I was in home ec. I was in 4-H, Future Farmers of America, yeah? And home ec. You prepared for life and knowing how to take care of a home. I don't even know if they still have that. But my son knows how to cook. My son can sew. I mean, he couldn't, on a pinch, but he knows how to take care of himself. He can sew buttons and he can hem something and whatever if he needs to. I don't know if people do that anymore. But I will tell you, they learned, and when my mother, that movie, Vertigo, with Jimmy Stewart and Grace Kelly came out, I'm telling you, that's one of my favorite. I have a favorite Alfred Hitchcock movie. There are two. My most favorite is one called Rope. And that wasn't very popular, like Rear Window. But when Rear Window came out, Kim Novak was very good. She was in The Man Who Knew Too Much. What? No, she wasn't. That was Doris Day was in The Man Who Knew Too Much. Kim Novak was in another one where they were trying to grift Jimmy Stewart. Anyway, when Rear Window came out was the year that my mother graduated from high school. From all I understand is that my mother sat there in a theater twice and sketched out all of Grace Kelly's clothing. My mother made a study of Vertigo, that's right. My mother made a study of, I can't remember what I can see her now, something. The designer that designed a lot of these things. And she wasn't even a designer, but her clothing looked fantastic. My mother studied that. She was excellent at it. Could drape fabric, figure out whatever. Ooh, I just got a big thing in my ear. There's some energy. Edith Head, thank you. Ethel, Edith, thank you, standing. Ethel, Edith, it's just be careful. It's just a technicality, right? So she would make her own patterns. So they didn't have money. Yeah, this is my mom. So they did not have, my mom was not Edith Head. My mom studied Edith Head, how to dress. There's an old book from the 50s, and I used to read it all the time, How to Dress. And it tells you, well, if you're in a corporate setting, you don't want to wear red lipstick. Sorry, Edith. But you don't want to wear this, you don't want to do that, blah, blah, blah. No, it wasn't my mom. There's some other energy that has been bouncing around. So, and I'm going to tell you who I think it is. I think it's John O'Keefe. Because of some things that are coming out now, and I've not said too much about anything, but anyway, my mother would make our Barbie doll clothes for Christmas. She would start in September, design Barbie doll clothes that looked like Grace Kelly. Little circular skirts, little 50s stuff, little whatever. And when Christmas, I mean, now I had a Midge doll. I did not like Barbie. Babs, no. I wanted Midge. And I had a Julia doll. Remember Julia, the nurse? How beautiful she was? I had a Julia doll. So I had Julia and Midge. Forget Ken and Babs. I had Midge and Alan. And then Julia was the nurse. So she made all of the clothes. And we would open our gifts on Christmas morning, and it would just be like box after box. And I mean, I think she got a better kick out of this than what we did, to be frank with you. But it was cool. And you know what? I went and sold all my Barbie dolls and my Midge and everything at a garage sale, all the clothes for $12. Do you know how much those things would be worth today? Please, mama. So anyway, I want the Stevie Nicks Barbie doll too. Yeah, mom's Barbie doll clothes would be a lot. Yep. Yes, there is a Stevie Nicks Barbie doll. Stevie Nicks edition. Absolutely. Give me a second here. And then I had a Jane doll. Remember the Jane? The cowgirl with a horse? This name was Comanche. I was constantly in heaven. So there we are, my darlings. There we are. I had a Wendy doll. I didn't have much to do with dolls, though. So anyhow, that, my darlings, is what's going on. So if you want to have and take a little... Oh, somebody just sent me another Venmo. Let me check. Does not want me to read it, but thank you so much because you're so kind and I understand. Thank you very much for your generosity. Okay. If somebody, we may see a Jen doll. Oh my. Oh my. Cheers. Now, my darlings, Mrs. Marie, a True Oracle, and myself are going to be changing up the merchandise. We're going to be getting you all kinds of good things, and you're going to love it. I think we're going to be changing companies because the company that I'm with right now doesn't. That's a good one, KS Granny. The one right now doesn't have too many products that fit with what we want to do. So there we go. And that's it. So we're going to be revamping merch. So don't forget, tomorrow, 2 p.m., be here. Aloha. I'm reading your cards. It is free, but it does cost the price of a membership to become a member. So Zelda, we definitely need a run, so don't forget. Oh, do you mean you need to take a break? Is that what you're meaning, Patty? Because I'm good for that, if you need that. When am I coming to Massachusetts? I want to get moved first, and most likely after the holidays, because I feel like when you come in November and December, it feels like it's intrusive a little bit for me because this is really family time. It's really, oh, wait a minute here. Hold on. You need that picked up by the TV and what I was saying to the dogs. Oh, okay. So I'm going to wait until after the holidays, and if Miss Nan is still in the chat, I'll be working some things out with her. Captain Jerry will be coming along with me as my driver, bodyguard, whatever else that she can do. And that's going to be a lot of fun. So, so, that's what I'm going to be doing, and I'm going to drive. I'm not flying because I don't want to put equipment that I have on a plane. I know too many people that get racked up their equipment and everything else. So that's why. Driver, bodyguard, backup dancer. Now I can get into that. Because they have, like I said, they have this thing on Talkie Tick where you stand up and they hear, Stephanie Mills. I never knew love like this before. And I'm thinking, look, if I'm desperate, because my son is like, Mom. You know what? All I'd have to do is animate these guys, and they'll be my backup dancers. And I could do that. So you never know. It just may be that I sing that song without the music so I can show you guys. Oh my God, the tambourine, right? You guys, we just may have to make a music video. So that's what's going on, but I do want to get moved first, and I'm going to be announcing when I think that I'm going to be moving. So Captain Jerry's going to be a part of that. We're going to be, we're going to be together. She's going to come and help me, bless her. We're going to be driving up, getting secure in a home. I've got one picked out, but that's okay. I know now the style. I know now what I want. I have manifested that. So Monday night, don't forget now, tomorrow, 2 p.m., reading your cards. Monday night, 7 p.m., that's New York time, America, 7 p.m., manifestation. I'm getting there. I don't know when, but I'm getting there. So manifestation Monday, and then another Help I'm Haunted on Thursday. Found out today, attorney Melanie Little. What'd you find out about? Oh, okay. So yeah, that whole mess with Proctor. Wah! Yes, can I go standing? Well, hey. And detective, can I bring the cotton candy blizzards? I think they're gone now. Down here, I think they're gone, which means I have nothing to do with Dairy Queen, because I'm not really keen about their food. But the last time I got blizzards, a large one was $10 and change. Which channel for the reading card? True Oracle, and you have to be a member over there. So True Oracle. She will be on with Sam Beningo. I don't know who that is. Why do I not know who that is? Peach Pie it is. Yes. I don't know who that is. In South Dakota, we have gotten the candy year. Oh! I actually love South Dakota. Okay. What do y'all say we have a little drawing? Let's have that. Okay, let's have a drawing. So here we go. Are you all ready? Are y'all ready for this drawing? Oh, okay, I got it. Samantha, got it. Psychologist who's been, thank you, Kelly, for giving me that knowledge. been covering Karen Reed. Thank you. Oh, goodbye then. Fate and Fortune, members only, 2 p.m. tomorrow. Samantha is I don't belong here. I don't know what that. Anyway, Sam's channel. Oh, Samantha is thorough. Okay, great. That's like $100 Australian, right? Well, almost 17 for the Blizzard drink. Thank you, Despise, my darling. We're going to have a drawing. We're not going yet. We're having a drawing. Get ready, everybody. Here we go. Here we go. Share the screen. We'd love to do that. Here we are. Get ready. Good luck, everyone. And thanks for hanging out with Zelda. Here is your word. Here's your word. Get ready. It is going now. Hashtag fun. Enter one time. Hashtag fun. I don't think there's going to be a confession yet. I think they're all going to sit back for Proctor. I think they're all going to be sitting back, but I don't have a card for defecating in biblical proportion. That is exactly what they're doing, because here's what's happening. When you want the energy of costing someone big money for legal fees, guess what you're going to get in return? Yes. Do I feel that this is going to spawn something? Eventually, yes. But not right away. They're all going to sit back and be looking at the other one. I'm going to tell you, there are 2 people that are throwaways, Proctor and Higgy Baby. If anything comes down, the fingers, Proctor is he's already in big trouble. Higgy Baby will probably take the fall. I'm sure that the things on Proctor's phone will affect the civil case. I'm sure that they are shaking. I would be. I would be thinking, oh my. Because at this point, how much more can you lawyer up? They're going to have cases all over the place. Proctor, I feel, is in trouble. Lady Zelda's a safe place. No trolls allowed. Like and subscribe. Thank you, Be a Truth. I love that. Thank you. Everyone, let's go. It's amazing me. We have 140 people here total, and we don't have that many people who want the giveaway. It's 39 people. Hashtag fun. We're going to give it a minute. Yeah. I think but the one thing about Proctor's wife, I will tell you this. The one thing about Proctor's wife is that she's brainwashed. She thinks Proctor is the best thing since sliced bread. I feel bad for the little kids because he's out. Aunt BB2 says, just imagine all the people that were text from his personal cell. I bet you Meatball is included. I will stake a few card decks on that one. Meatball is included. Jen is included. Brian Albert is included. And I'm going to say this. Remember how he said that he did not know Brian Albert and all them, and he lied on the stand? You're going to hear about communication between Brian Albert and them. 12 years of text. it's probably going to take them until the end of the year. But we're going to start getting a little bit of ideas. I do not believe, has there been a gag order on any of that, or an NDA on any of that? Because I think some of these things are going to start leaking. Text, emails, you can't, there's going to be photos, there's going to be all kinds of things. And it's not only, but primarily, you're going to see a big concentration on 34 Fairview. It now is about coming out. There are other cases, and I saw in the cards, there's about one of them, I believe, is a woman who is missing. I do not believe it is Aunt Walsh. How many cases are involved? Probably hundreds. Probably hundreds. Who has the phones? Proctor's going to have nudes. Ooh. That and alone is scarier than, I love Rosemary Scarpiccio. I love her. And I can bet you she's doing cartwheels in her living room. I know, you know what, Elizabeth? This is probably the overlooked evidence. And thanks to Judge Krupp for ordering that, an old Proctor baby thought, oh, it's okay. They're not going to see anything. I have this automatic deleted. You dork. That just shows how dumb. Yeah, they said pictures, any videos, probably. And you're going to see a lot from Jen during that time, and probably Jen's family. You're going to be, this is why I am flabbergasted. Like with the Adelsons, like with the Bad Actors Guild of 34 Fairview Road. I'm going to say it that way. Authorized it, given he doesn't like Turtle Boy, right? But it wasn't provided because of the Turtle Boy case, but Aiden is definitely on that phone. Aiden is definitely in there. My flabbers are definitely gasted. That's right. This is going to be nightmarish, because if it's out now, our friends, Agents Oobligada, most likely have got it now. And they're looking, it's going to take them a while. Tully, Gitmo Guarino, they're all being looked at. And what do you think? Do you think, I know that things are on there about Sandra Birchmore too. There's a lot on there. And they're just going to be going down. Ticky, 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 boom. They're going to, with this type of volume, they will have to assign. One person can't do all this. They're going to have to assign either years, or they're going to have to assign subjects, something like this. Hold on, I've got it. Incoming thing. Hold on, ready? Here we go. FBI, open up! That's the unexpected visit. Are you coming in, sister? Thank you. Don't worry, nothing is going to get my baby. The alphabet. Whoop, whoop, it's the sound of the police. Whoop, whoop, it's the sound of the police. That's right. Proctor. Of all things, the And I got to tell you this. This is Sammy. This is Sam I am. Ublagada, the 3-letter man. I want you to think about this. It's getting out of the manipulation and the control of one Jennifer McCabe, in my opinion. Think about that. Think about that. The ice cream truck is coming. You better get ready for your ice cream push-ups, Jen. Getting hot and denim. That's right. Someone asked me about Kelsey having another go. She does have another go at. She can go back and say, okay, fine, I have healed now enough that I can take that. It will still be uncomfortable, but I can still take that test. But it will depend on what the judge, and the judge just may be so ticked off that the judge may say, just leave her in there. That's a risk. It is a risk. Sending the ice cream truck the first trial, they were in the courtroom. The agents were in the courtroom. I want an orange creamsicle. I like the strawberry ones. The strawberry bars that kind of had it's like the strawberry cheesecake bars or whatever that was. I like those, but I can't eat. You want to know the truth? I cannot eat a popsicle or one of those things because of the wood. The moment I can taste the wood, the stick, I can't do it. Strawberry shortcake bars. Patty's got my back on that. Oh, look, there's my darling. Well, yes, and I believe it is a risk worth taking too. Thank you so much, Nan, for coming in and saying that. I believe so. But this judge is something else, isn't she? We thought Miss Beverly Cannoni was a little on the outrageous side. So I'm just going to say prayers for Kelsey. And, I think hey, try it. At this point, what do you have to lose? Miss Dan is right. Miss Dan says the judge is unbelievable. I'm a little disappointed in the Supreme Court because I wanted them to listen to the audio. Just reading the transcript doesn't really reflect this judge and her attitude. Now, you know what? People have attitudes. But I'm wondering if they would have heard this, would it have been different if they heard that she was so disgusting? Pardon me, I can say that. In my opinion, I believe that she was very disgusting, extremely disgusting. So yeah, she has something else. She has something else for sure. And Miss Nan, if you do want to come on and talk without your camera, you can do that too, my darling. You know that. I think you're right, Green-Eyed Southern Girl. Context is directly correct. Okay, last call, my darlings. Last call. We know you know what's happening with the judge, Justin's family. I'm drawing a blank, Sherry. I'm drawing a blank. Gotcha, my darling. Thank you so much. Don't mean to put you on the spot. You're just always welcome. And good night to the little ones, because may they be blessed and sleep with the angels. That's what's so good about that. The Supreme Court. Okay, let's have a drawing. Let's have a drawing, and we might talk about this. It's a big club and you ain't in it. That's it. Well, can I say this? Okay, my darling, I will. I just don't want to overwhelm you or pressure you because it's not meant in that light. So I just want you to know you've got a home here. So thank you so much. Um, okay. Justin, Justin, got it. In other words, spirits cards have told you, shown you what's happening in Kelsey's case. Yes. Last call coming, my darling. Oh boy, Ruthie, you made it just in time. I was about ready to draw. I want to give everybody big hugs and kisses, my darling friend. Justin, I'm going to tell you what my thoughts are. Aside from his mother, I believe, no, you're fine, Sherry. I believe that there is another female behind this. I have seen men like Justin before. Am I allowed to say it? Yes, it's my opinion. Weak. And has anybody looked on Tinder? We don't know. But follow the money. But I always have known men who get turned very quickly to a woman who is turned very quickly to a, what do I want to say? Another female presence. And I feel that there's someone from his past that he's taken up from again, or something in that again. And I know this. I've been reading for 50 years. I know the type, and he falls right into that. And that is, oh, well, look what a horrible person that Kelsey is. Look what a horrible mother. If I were with you, I'd be there with you. Listen, listen. First of all, let's have a drawing, and I'm going to tell you what I think. I think he's weak and can be manipulated between his mother and probably some new little hottie. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. All right, let's have a drawing, my darlings, because you need it. Here we are. Drawing. Look at this. Oh, I'm so excited. Zenjen! My darling! Zenjen, my darling, look at you. Email me, honey. You've got my email. Yeah, New Squeeze is it. You got my email. Email me, my darling. Whoop, congratulations to you, Zenjen. And look at that little butterscotch baby sitting there in the profile. Congratulations. Woot woot, you are the winner of the Beacon TV gift card for all your paranormal needs. I'm not kidding. And listen, Fridays they come out with a new one. There's a new one out. I haven't watched it yet. Last week they were in Savannah, Georgia. If you want to know all about disembodied voices without EVPs, yes way, my darling. Yes way. Yes way. Yes way. Yes way. You're quite welcome. Thank you so much for Patty for putting my email. Listen, I have the best mods in the history of, I don't know what, but anyway, I have the best mods. Thank you so much. Thank you. This is wonderful. Thank you. And you're very welcome, Zen, my darling. I heard a disembodied voice the other day here in this condo, which is extremely haunted, which I may tell you about this condo this coming Thursday. So uh, don't forget to be here. There you go, my darlings. Way to go. Stop sharing that. You're quite welcome. You deserve it. Just email me, honey, so I can give you a specific code so you can. I don't think I'm going to do EVPs tonight because we've already been on here for 2.5 hours. We will be doing that soon. We will be. Now, this is a kind of stinker that I am. Back in the day, if I could have bought Karen Reed's house, I would have bought Karen Reed's house and asked Aidan Carney if he could have moved in and he would have stayed there for free. That's what a stinker I am. Right? I'd like to hang out all night. If I didn't have the live tomorrow, I would be, but sometimes my energy gets drained. Oh, hold on, Nan. My son keeps hearing a disembodied voice of a baby crying in our house for the last 2 weeks. If you need me to help you clean that out or move that on, let me know, my darling. Let me know. It may be an energy loop. Something may have happened this time of year, and it may not even be in your house. It may be associated with the ground. So it could be associated with anything like that. Yeah. Your son is very receptive. That's amazing. Yeah. Yeah. He's not scared, is he? Okay. Just DM me, my darling, and I'm on it. Just DM me. Why don't we just do a house cleansing for you? Just do a house cleansing. Because you don't want to take whatever. You don't want to take, and I'm going to be doing this for myself. I have some haunted artifacts. I'm not taking them. Some of them I will. But others I will not take with them. And my darling, if you're moving to the big mass, okay, sweetheart. Don't be scared. It's good. It's good. I don't think it's anything negative. If you want, I'm not going to move this energy that I have here into a new place. So that's why it's really important. And for any of those, you can look on the website. I will do energy cleansings and cleaning of houses, blessings before you move in, or even if you're having trouble and you're going to stay there and you're not moving anywhere and you're staying there, I will be glad to do that. So check that out. That's on the website. But anyway, yes, my darling, just DM me. So I'm going to tell you what a little stinker, and if I could figure out because this Justin dude wants whatever equity profit. Now, I'm not one to take money out of a child's, whatever. But I think that he makes enough money that he can take care of that child. I wish that I could get 436,000 people to donate $1 and do what Jason Hawes is doing with the Conjuring House, form an LLC and buy that house. And then somehow be able to give it back to Kelsey so she can live there. And keep whatever equity. I don't know if that can be done. I wonder if my cleaning lady can cleanse my house. I don't know. I wonder if she brought something in. Do you know? That might be worth asking her. If any family event or anything happened that time of year or whatever. So yeah, wouldn't that be something if we could buy Kelsey's house and say, Kelsey, but you know what? There may be a lot of energy there. Kelsey may not want to live there again, right? But I'm a stinker like that. Okay, fine. Let's just buy it and give it back to her. You know? Oh yeah, some artifacts are not haunted. Yeah, definitely. But you know the funny thing, he says he wants that amount of equity. Well, what is there a law that says that she has to take? I mean, obviously, if somebody gives her asking price, then she has to accept that. But what if somebody came in and said, "Look, I'll give you 375,000 for the house." What is that? 50 some, maybe 65,000 less than what she's asking for. So what would keep her from? See, you see how my mind works, my darlings? You see this? Now, I'm certainly not giving her any legal advice and I'm not telling anybody what to do, but I'm going to say, listen, I want to be a stinker. I wish if I weren't, listen, my darlings, two things. Well, I don't think she can do a short sale. I could be wrong because she's not in foreclosure. But she could certainly, I mean, I think that if she got an offer, but the problem is it depends on if Justin wins, if he is allowed to do what it is that he wants by taking her equity, or if it's denied, because obviously the poor lady is going to need legal fees. So, but I'm going to tell you what, I'm a stinker. I would look. If I were, there's two things coming up, my darlings. I think it would depend on what the court says. If they agree with this, Justin, then she's going to have, even if she takes less than asking, she may have to still come up with that additional money. I don't know how it works. But my house only had one answer, me. So Nan was the only one in the house. So, okay. We'll figure out what it is, who it is. We'll ask them gently to move along. So, two things that I wish I could have done. And by the way, my buddy, Sean Austin, who is the paranormal investigator, who is on Netflix, Discovery, TLC. He's got wonderful, and he's got a website if you want to look him up. He's fantastic. When I get to Tennessee, we're going to be investigating some things. Not right now. We're all too busy. But he called me the other day and said, guess what? They want $10 million for the Amityville horror house. Horror, Horror. I said, oh, they think they have Taj Mahal. You see what happens when you get people, that's just plain unadulterated greed. They paid about 800. No, they didn't. They paid close to 650 for it. Yeah, and at one time I offered them 800 and they turned it down. And then they had a friend of a family who was an attorney that didn't represent them, that called my attorney. It was a complete mess. And he was getting in the middle because he wanted a little bit of juice. And when I announced, I'm not a juicer, darling. If you're not papered up or representing your client, who is the owners of the Amityville, it's a no-go. We have no reason to speak. And my lawyer said the same thing. Well, he came back and said they wanted 1.25 million for the Amityville house. Well, I'm going to tell you, I think I probably could have made it work. I would not move into there. My idea, and Sean was going to be helping me, assisting me with this. My idea was to buy the Amityville house, put cameras in it, and then we could privately, because it's in a private area and the mayor doesn't want it to be zoned. So, but I could privately lease it out or have groups. What I would want to do is have some type of paranormal research and have those cameras going 24/7. And if you wanted to buy a subscription, you could certainly do that and view the cameras. That was what I was going to do. And Sean was going to help me with that. Not 10 million. Sorry. No. Stay. And I had heard that they were having some crazy things going on there. So yes, Jason has a GoFundMe for the Conjuring house. He wants it to be a community project. I think that's very admirable of him. He's has formed an LLC, or will be forming an LLC, because they want to manage it properly and not go crazy with these prices like they are with the Warrens' house and that museum up in Connecticut that Matt Rife has purchased. And they want thousands of dollars a night. Now, here's another thing that is going on. Sean actually told me that the Poltergeist house in California, well, that's very active, and it has been and it will be. But I don't feel that, okay, I will answer that in a minute, Jess. But the activity is very big there. That is, and they rent that out at $800 a night. Now, if you've got a group of 8 people who want to go in and, hey, that's a bargain, because Ghost Hunters USA, that's like 140. My son and I paid 140, almost $150 a piece to go investigate the South Pittsburgh hospital that was in Tennessee. So I don't know. The activity was there before they started to film, and they did it anyway. Now, the other thing, the house that was Chris, oh, why can't I think it, Shannon, Chris and Shannon, Chris, who unalived his family for that chick. And by the way, I do believe that the girlfriend was involved. Watts, thank you. That was for sale. And I had actually thought about buying that. However, it is too far. That house is very active, but it's got a homeowners, and you have to respect the neighbors, right? But they said the neighbors are constantly complaining because lights go on and all kinds of things, but people don't have respect. They go and they park in front of it. They go and knock on the door. They go around it. They want to, whatever, they try to get into it, blah, blah, blah. The owners, after Chris Watts, I think, were getting a divorce, they renovated it. And when they renovated, they started having trouble. So they went ahead and moved out. I think I don't know if the house is still on the market, but it was reasonable. It was more reasonable. It was something like $650 or something like that. It was more reasonable, not this crazy, I know people just have no respect for this kind of thing. So, but the Conjuring house, if I would have had my home already, I would have gone to the sale because it's 25,000 down for the sale. And I certainly am not the type of person that would go in there because I know that Jason is doing it for a good cause, and I certainly am not that type of person that would go in there and undercut him or, whatever. If anybody's going to get that, I hope that it's Jason and his group. So, um, I would have gone to get the Conjuring house, but it needs a lot of money. Now, I would not live in the Chris Watts house because there is a lot of activity still there. You can hear the girls, you can hear Shannon. Uh, when I talked to the realtor was saying that some of the police officers that went by there and around there were saying that how they heard things. Hi Courtney, welcome in, my darling. Welcome, welcome. So, but the one thing is buying a home in an area that is not zoned for, or that does not have a lot of room between neighbors. It's just respect. You can't have bed and breakfast there. You can't do any of it. And the town, and especially the neighbors at Amityville, I actually spoke to them, and they're like, absolutely not. We don't want the traffic coming in because they share a driveway at the Amity house with a neighbor. So they wouldn't want that. They wouldn't want a lot of so there we go. So anyway, I just think that and plus, I'm semi sort of on the East Coast in the South. And if I buy a haunted home for any type of research, and that's what it would be. Detective 1111, thank you so much for your time, darling. I know it's getting late and everybody's probably getting tired, and I'm sitting here. Thank you so much for your help, my darling. Hopefully, I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. You enjoy your evening. You enjoy your evening. So, if I do buy something like that, it's going to have to be. I know you are green eyed. You're my girl. It's going to have to be something that would be respectful to neighbors, and that, and of course you got to follow zoning rules, because there's one thing you don't want to do is go in there and just think and see. That's what happened with this person who evidently, supposedly, allegedly bought the Amityville house. She went in there, was setting it all up to have some type of bed and breakfast, and was going to do this, and she's doing this and this and this. And the city came in, and the neighbors, I guess she fights with the neighbors all the time. The city went in, the neighbors went in, and they basically said, what do you think you're doing, chick? Her husband, I think it is a former Navy officer. So I was able to connect on that kind of level, but it was an odd situation. They had a nephew that went over there. Some of their family members, Conjuring House is Rhode Island. Thank you for answering that, Nan. It would be this young man who was a nephew who would go on and see things similarly that I did. Some of their family members refused to go over to their house. So that's kind of scary. And it's my understanding, when I was there and viewed the home September 16th of, I can't even remember what year it was, 2014 or 15, something like that, 10 years ago. When I was there were still stains upstairs that they could not get removed and they did not change the wallpaper. And when they tried to change the carpet and the wallpaper, the stains were still there. They kept some of the furniture and only changed out some of the mattresses. Now that part I couldn't hack. I couldn't live there and do that. I couldn't live there and do that. So anyway. Oh, Miss Bouquet, almost 3, and I'm wondering whether it's enough going to bed now or I have to get up in 3 hours. Oh, honey, you need to get some rest. You need to get some rest. Don't stay. You can catch this later. You need rest, my darling. Cheers. A little bit of water. I like Rhode Island too. But when I come up and around that area, see, I want to get settled in the Great Volunteer State first, because that's where I'm going to go. And then Captain Jerry will be trucking on up. And I'm not going to fly. We're going to drive. And we're going to make the rounds. And we'll probably just pick up our dear friend, Attorney Nan, and say, come on, you're tagging along as much as you can. And we've got a lot of things to do. We got a lot of ground to cover. And I've got more content that I'm going to be bringing all of you, because we're changing things a little bit, but very positively and for the better. And again, new merch will be coming out. I love New England. I used to live in Rhode Island at Newport. I was the assistant manager of the Newport Bay Club and Hotel until we had too many calls of people saying there were things in the hotel that would go boom, and enough was enough of that for me. So anyway, well, I think this guy he's going to go to court. Justin's going to go to court. Are you, Dee? Okay. And I'll tell you what I did. Then I went from managing the Newport Bay Club and Hotel, and I knew, because, see, my husband was a lieutenant in the Navy at that time. So I just joined. I had to work. I've always had to work, and I was doing readings and so forth. But I didn't really get established there. We were only there for 6 months, and we were there during Hurricane Gloria. Yikes. And so I wanted to get a job, so I got a job with Mary Maid. And believe me, cleaning houses was a lot of fun for me, because you got to go in these old homes and look to see, what's going on. And I had my favorites, and, all of it, and going to the breakers, and it's just beautiful. And then they have a Vanderbilt mansion there that they have a Vanderbilt mansion there that I worked at. Then after Mary Mays, they hired me on as a housekeeper. So I was a housekeeper, and it was empty. So there wasn't any housekeeping to it. We had a Latino lady who was an absolutely fabulous cook, and a Portuguese gardener, and we didn't speak the language, and we loved each other. We all got along fantastic, and we would sit and eat together, and it's such a fantastic experience. But it was wonderful. It was wonderful. And I'm going to tell you, that mansion was so big, because I had a particular list that I had to go down and make sure that it was checked, and I did every day. And yes, it was very haunted. And there's also a home up in there too that they did do some of the filming for Dark Shadows. But this one for the Vanderbilt, it was so big that by the time I got done with my list, it was time to start over again. That's how big this mansion was. Stunning. Things that you just sit and wonder, do people just have too much money and they just don't know how to spend it? That's a high class problem to have that I plan on being in. Seriously. I'm not one of these people that says, oh no, I don't want my, no, stop. We got to have money in order to help other people. We can see that. And so it's going to be a lot of fun. But oh yeah, darlings, I got stories. Anyway, my darlings, yeah, that's a high class problem to have. Because once you start dealing in that kind of money, and I've done that before, and I do that for my clients for that company out of Virginia, you kind of learn. And so there you go. There you go. My darlings. Anyway, I think it's time we say goodnight. We've been on here for 3 hours. I will see you. I got to get a little rest for tomorrow at 2 p.m. Don't forget to be here. Be here. I'm reading your cards. It is members only. And thank you for becoming. Oh, we've got to do our starred things. Oh, what Zelda, bad girl. Stop. Remember what you're doing. Because my members only, it just helps keep the channels going, right? And I don't get on here in charge and say, oh, just give me, I'll read for you if you give me a $20 donation. Now, obviously, I'm going to read one question. If you want something more, you can order a reading. But sometimes all you need is just a little something, right? That's all you need. All right, let's go through the chats and the messages and all that stuff before I start messing with these bangs. GW became a YouTube member. Thank you and welcome to you. Lorinda Charles, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Bunny, look at you, darling. You're so gorgeous. Welcome and thank you so much. Texas Stardust is here as a member. Thank you. And Kansas City Granny became a member. Now, could someone please tell me how I can get a personal reading with Lady Zelda? I'm just too new at all this, and thank you very much. I apologize. I should have put the banner up, and I'm going to do that right now. And with that, you can get a video reading with me, and you can keep it forever. That's a good thing. Cheryl gifted 10 Fate and Fortune with True Oracle memberships. Fantastic. Zen Jen, wonderful. Thank you, my darling. Look at this, green-eyed member, and green-eyed Southern girl has become a new member with True Oracle. Sam is, thank you. La Ferial, my darling Nan, and her little jammies. How cozy. Thank you for being here, and thank you again for your generosity. That's awesome. Thank you. Oh, hold on. Michelle became a member, and we welcome you. We're happy to have you. Mama J's, definitely. Renee, super sticker, generosity. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate you. Sherry D, 5 Lady Zelda memberships. Thank you. Arizona Life, look at that little puppy, became a YouTube member. Sherry has gifted another 5 memberships. Thank you. And Jess has a great question. Are these spirits you talk about trapped spirits that can't find their way to the light? No. I don't believe that spirits do get trapped. We have to give our Heavenly Father credit. Let's give him credit. He doesn't allow his spirits, his what belongs to him. The word says that the moment that the silver cord breaks, they're out of here and they're with the Creator. So why do we have spirits? My theory, because I'm a researcher, is it not technically a spirit, but it is an energy that continues to loop. That's what it is here. And what causes that energy? It's a disturbance. I mean, I've never met an energy that is like, oh, I'm here in your kitchen, I'm haunting you, but I'm just baking chocolate chip cookies because it always comes with a disturbance. An unaliving can even be an accident. That's usually why that happens. You can send energy on. You can move it. That energy will loop. And if you've got paranormal investigators, sometimes that one day they're working on an auto parts store and the next day they're an investigator and they've not really been educated, sometimes accidentally people will open a portal or they'll open a traffic way, a frequency, and it's really the same as dialing in on a radio. So I hope that helps and answers your question. Kelly from Texas is a new member, my darling. Thank you so much, Kelly. Very kind. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let me see what else we've got cooking here. I wish I could gift some of you memberships. I know that some of the channels can, and I don't. For some reason, I guess I'm not there yet. I'm getting there. I guess I'm not there yet. So, and filet, I hope that's the right word or the right pronunciation. Filet shell. Beautiful, whatever it is. Thank you so much for being here. Love having you. And Jess, you're my pleasure always. See, that's the one thing I want everyone to know. I don't, and maybe that's why I have a high accuracy rate. I'm not right all the time. And it's because of free will. Free will supersedes an energy. Okay. But thank you, my darling. But I don't conjure. I don't conjure. I don't call in. I don't cast. I'm an energy practitioner. Wow, that's a new name, isn't it? I'm an energy practitioner. Yeah, we do. I think we do need a Lady Zelda field trip. We'll do that soon. We'll do that. Green-eyed, I'm scared of my free will. I'm always worried I make the right decision. Well, honey, I think you're pretty good at, you have a good common sense. And you know what? We all make wrong decisions. So, oh, that's nice. Kelly, you did tell us that you're friends with Dave Tango. I used to love Ghost Hunters when they had Tango and Dave and Steve, and they would have the little bantering back and forth. That is so fun. I love that. I love that. I mean, my son grew up with all the, it used to be the History Channel this time of year would have all this history hauntings and blah, blah, blah. And then it went to High Resisting. Then it went to the TLC. Then it went to Discovery. Just like HGTV all of a sudden started doing all the renovations, Magnolia and all this other stuff. They would do all this stuff. It's like, let's have a little variety already. But unfortunately, Discovery cut some of the great shows versus, whatever. But I'm going to tell you this. Hi, Scott. I've got to tell you this. Ghost Adventures, yes, I still watch them, has a new season. and they've got a lot coming out. I got to tell you this. It was a two-parter, and that second part bothered me, and I had to turn it off. So there we go. Courtney's got a great question, and I'm going to answer that. When I was in 7th grade, here's a grandpa story again. And Mary, I'm going to come back to you because I do want to answer that. When I was in 7th grade, my grandparents were big. They would go out to Wyoming and they would just go all types of different places, and they would hunt and fish. And, I always said I wanted get a letter from an American Indian, and I had someone that I was pen paling with. Hello, that was the days. And then I had I forget when it was. I think the first Bigfoot movie came out. I may not have been in 7th grade. Whatever the case, my grandpa, my hero, wrote to Roger Patterson, who is the one who had that infamous film of the Bigfoot loafing through the woods, whether real or not. And my grandfather talked to Roger Patterson and said what a big fan I was and all this. Roger Patterson sent a huge, great big box to my grandfather for me. It had a cast foot of the original footprint of that, what they had on the film. It had pictures. It had documentation. It had signs. It had all these things. And it was so elaborate, and he made me an honorary member of the National Association of Wildlife Research. And I kept in touch with them for a long time, and then he had some problems, or inner problems, and then he passed away, and that it went into another direction. And I was able to use all those types of things for science fairs at school, and it was just the coolest thing. Do I believe that? Yeah. Was in a cabin in Tennessee, in the woods in Tennessee one time. I don't know if it was a skinwalker or a Bigfoot or what it was, but I had something thumping around my cabin that was scaring me, and it was bad, but I think it was a skinwalker. Because that's the Appalachian Mountains, the Great Smoky Mountains. And so I do believe in them. There was a little boy that was taken. I can't remember. It was in the early 1960s. We were there on vacation in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. And we were getting ready to go up to the mountain, and there were people lined up on either side of the road, and you could see there was a mother outside. She was distraught, and people were, all around, and they were going into the woods, and it was just amazing. In a not so good way. So my grandpa and dad got out of the car, went up to arrange to a park ranger, and they told him that this little boy and his grandfather and his dad were camping. And they turned their backs. When the father went to this stream that they were that they were camping by, and they heard this big yell, and they turned around and they saw something carrying this little boy through the woods. And when they came back, they were careful about how they told this because of my sister and I. But, I could read through the lines, and my mother cried the whole, because that little boy was the same age as me. And they cried. And we were going to be going from Gatlinburg, Tennessee over to Cherokee, North Carolina. And we just didn't feel like it. We turned around and we went back into Gatlinburg, and they did some things to try to get our minds off of it. But that was a very hard time, and I felt so bad for my mom. My mom was very empathic and like a new soul. But they said that the park ranger told my grandpa and dad there were things in the Great Smoky Mountains that you would never even think were there. They had sightings of Bigfoot constantly, skinwalkers, and there's in the Appalachian Mountain, there's a little thing with some witches, practitioners. So there's all kinds of little things, and I'm not a big fan of just getting out of your car, especially in the Great Smoky Mountains. I'm not a big fan of that, and just heading down a trail. Because just like many parts of Tennessee, there are drop-offs, there are caverns, there are all kinds of weird things that you can drop into, go into, and you never would even know where you went. So I guess that's the long answer of yes, my darling, I do, Courtney. I do. There's a lot of things that I do believe in because I've had experience. Yes, and listen, I know the gig with Zach, okay? I kind of know that. Zach has been in this for a long time. And yes, Zach gets possessed just about every episode. But I want you to know this. It's not Zach that makes Aaron do all these things. It's Discovery Plus. A lot of that is scripted. A lot of it isn't, but a lot of it is. And Aaron has agreed to that. Let's face it. People like Aaron. My son, Aaron, he's the one that makes a show. That's why they've been on for 29 or 30 seasons. And so that's not, if they had, and quite frankly, I'm going to tell you something. I think I told you this a few weeks ago. I had been offered a show and I turned it down. First of all, I want to have creative control. I don't want somebody coming in and telling me what to do, how to do it, how to gain viewers, how to do this and how to do that, where they basically own me and my content. And just like here, when I have to grift because pardon me, I have to grift because YouTube does take 30%. But how does YouTube keep they've got costs. It's a cost of doing business. And I realize that. I mean, I think that's actually pretty cheap, to be quite frank with you, because maybe some other platforms would keep more, whatever, but they are pretty good. They make decisions sometimes I don't like, but what are you going to do? Well, Kelly, I know, but I think Ghost Hunters, it depends on the characters. It depends on different. It just depends on the people. So that's the reality. I don't think Zach is a bad guy. I think he is very intuitive, almost to a fault, very intelligent, but he's got some common sense. And I can tell you this right now, if he bought, I don't think he had any desire to buy the Warren house. But if he did buy that, he certainly would not be charging $1,200 to $3,000 per night like they're being charged right there. So you know, there we go. What my thoughts on the old Dead Files show? It really stinks that show. Yeah, I liked the Dead Files. Then they got Cindy Kaza on there, and I thought she brought a lot to the table. But that was another thing too, with the Holzer Files, because Cindy Kaza was Dave Schrader, and Cindy Kaza and Shane Pittman, and that's why, like, these people are great, and Shane is just the kindest person, and he's real. And so if you like the Holzer Files on Discovery Plus and the Travel Channel, you're going to love Beacon TV, because they're recreating that, and it's called Paranormal Mysteries. And it's probably the closest to authentic paranormal. But here's the thing. Sometimes you can go into a place and nothing happens. You can sit there for hours and hours. Ghost Adventures takes hours and hours of footage. And it's not like they're just there for a night. They condense it so it all goes into a night. But sometimes hours and hours, and you don't get anything. You don't know anything. You don't get anything. But I'm going to be having my own show. I'm going to have it on YouTube. I don't know if I'm going to, well, I'll have to have it on this channel because I don't want to start a new one. But it's going to be members only, and I will be streaming from True Oracle and here. And it will be my own paranormal show, and you're going to see. You're going to see how I ground myself, what I do, and if I get in trouble, if I have a problem, if I get haunted, or if I just come away with nothing. And I've got some plans for that, and I think you're going to really enjoy it. There's all kinds of different things that I'm going to be doing with that. So there we go. But I think Zach's got some respect, right, Green Knight? I do. Yeah, and they may sometimes, but it's all for entertainment. We got to remember that. It's all entertainment. Just like this. Hello. It's all entertainment. That's why you guys have been sitting here for almost 3.5 hours, because we're entertained. So that makes the difference. Oh, look who's coming to say hello to Captain Jerry. Here is the Noodle Boy. So the Warrens, I think, were very legit. Lorraine Warren met my grandmother at the Cleveland Castle in Cleveland, Ohio. So I think they were legit. They had problems, but you know what? Their problems were their problems. It did not affect what it was that they were doing. And the first team that went into the Amityville Horror House. So Lorraine Warren said there was so much evil there that it was hard for her to sit. And when I went into that house, look out. I'll tell that story again sometime if y'all want me to. If y'all want me to, I'll be glad to tell it. The Dead Files, I think, was very good. Shane is very awesome. Shane is very awesome. And the one thing about Sean Austin, he has a YouTube channel. If you go find him, say, hey, Zelda sent me. That was the one thing that he didn't like about shows. Because the one Netflix show that he's on, you can go see it. It's called 28 Days Haunted. He said they scripted and they made them do that. By the time they paid them, and they deducted out of it. So by the time they were there for 30 days, and by the time they paid them and then did all these deductions, they walked away with doing little, it was very little money, and left a very bad taste in their mouth. So that was very unfortunate. I think Ed and Lorraine Warren were legit. I do. Cindy Kaza is one of the ones that I feel is extremely accurate and authentic. I believe that. I subscribe to Beacon to be able to watch them again. Dee, that's great. Thank you so much. They have a lot of, they've got movies, they've got investigations, they've got documentaries, all kinds of things. All kinds of things. So, yeah, Holzer Files was wonderful. Hans Holzer was a pioneer. Lady Zelda, will you ever take a follower? That would be cool. I plan on maybe sort of kind of doing that, and I plan on having guests come with me. And more. And more. So there you go. So we'll have a lot going. What do I think about spirit boxes? Well, I have invented one. Not really put it on because I want to tweak it so it works correctly for, whatever. The ones that I use I've talked with the developers, and they're based on the binary system. 1-0's energy picks up, and it's capable of working that binary system into words, and that's how it works. So when you're speaking to an EVP or an energy, because I speak to energies, when you speak to energies, it can, the more that the energy acclimates to the spirit box or the binary system, the better you'll see as time goes on that the session will get better and better. So Sean Austin actually gave me one of his spirit boxes. I tried it, but I haven't tried it yet because I want to give it time to be able to work. But thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, Shaggy was a furry guy, is a furry guy. You see me. Worst part, sticks to the lipstick. And I hardly have any on now, but that's okay. Absolutely love the Warrens, yes. I watched a documentary a few days ago with a woman named Ethel Johnson Myers in it. I think her ring is what Zelda wears. It was the same ring. Really? I'll have to look. I got this, and I broke my own rule again, but I was driving through Sevierville, Tennessee, and I looked over at an antique place, and something was like, come here. So I turned around, went in, and right when I walked in, there was a glass case with estate jewelry, and that's where I got this. And when I walked in, I said, I want to see that ring. And the lady said, oh, okay, that's a beautiful ring. I believe it is a smoky quartz. And I put it on and it fit. I said, consider it mine. I paid very little for it compared to what it's worth. I'm very surprised. On BB2, gifted 10. Ah, thank you. For entertainment purposes only, absolutely. Green-eyed, I think that's such a beautiful thought. It is an amazing group of people. It's probably why I'm here so long. I love talking to you. Yes, I was there in Amityville. I was in the Amityville house. I wanted to buy it when it was for sale before these people came in. That was not a nice story. And it's, I don't want to give a bad reflection on anybody. But yes, I went in. I had a horrible experience. Horrible experience. Does anyone else get emotionally drained from negative? You want to know the truth, darling? I kind of get drained from all energy. So yeah, I kind of get drained from all energy. Yeah. So that's it. Sorry but do you do video sessions? So they're a way to find it out. There's a spell, curse, or hex on someone and hopefully remove it. My darling, I'm going to tell you something right now. I don't think you have anything on you. But you see that ticker tape that's running, the banner there? That's how you contact me. There is a way to see if someone has given you, excuse me, sir, back here, if somebody has sent something to you, and it does happen, but you're better than that and know that it is. Look at Shag. Isn't that funny? It looks like he's looking right here at the Wolfman. But usually when that happens, it goes back, a return to sender. That's it. I studied at the Edgar Cayce Foundation in Virginia for about 1.5 years. That was an experience. Be careful there. Yes, there is another Beacon. It's Stream Beacon TV. There is another Beacon website that is not paranormal. Yes, hello. Yes. I want to go to Zach's museum, but there's some parts I won't be able to go through. I was getting ready to go out there and meet him for a little get-together with some other people. And then that nasty thing came about. Nobody was flying. And so I just said, whatever. So, Lady Zelda, will you do a live one night about your top 3 investigations, your scariest investigation, etc.? Yes. Yes, I will do that. I think you've missed a couple of Help Me, I'm Haunted. Those are some scary ones. If you want to go back and look, the last 2 or 3 were pretty nerve-wracking. This last one that I told about, if you like scary stories, that was scary. But a lot of them are historical because some of the places that I've gone are historical. I like historical hauntings. I think it's fascinating. So there we go. Michelle, thank you. I hope you're here to stay because you got a home here. We've got good people. Okay, let me see. Elvis Kelly. That's right. A return. That's right. Loved Edgar Cayce. I did too. His son took over and some things went a little wonky, but you know, it is what it is. Reading about Elizabeth Bathory, and was she a she wasn't a vampire. She was nuts. Okay, my darling green-eyed. There is, if you want to go, there is a playlist, and I've got Wolfman, Dracula, Elizabeth Bathory, a bunch of them. Zelda, I had a funeral today. I'm very sorry for your loss. For a friend who didn't abide by the woo-woo. That's kind of good. It was the least spooky funeral I'd ever been to. It got me planning on practical jokes I want to pull at mine. See? I'm not woo-woo. I don't think we need to be woo-woo. I don't know where the woo-woo comes from. If it's to impress somebody else or to convince yourself you're something you're not, whatever. I've been to Gettysburg. It was the trip coming back from the Amityville house that I was in Gettysburg. That was such a hard thing. In fact, the sun was getting ready to go down, and I kept telling the person I was with, look, we're in the wrong place. They're getting ready to do an enactment, because I did see some soldiers and so forth on the main battlefield. So he was mad. You know, that's why I can't have a partner. Okay. These guys. I never knew love like this before. There we go. Once I nevermore. I'm going to be singing that now. Since you came into my life. Ooh. I love that song. 'Cause I've never been loved like this before. Why not have the listen, Darcy, Mr. Darcy messed up my dating life. So I'm not interested. Arizona Life, thank you so much for your generous little super sticker. Thank you, my darling. I appreciate you. That's very kind. Thank you. Very, very kind. Gettysburg is dense. It is heavy. Gettysburg is heavy. It's different. It's a different energy field than Salem. I want at least play with lights at my funeral if able to. Maybe bring a rainbow to the... Aw, see? I think it needs to be respectful. I think you need to dress respectfully. I want to wear red lipstick at my own and have a leopard scarf around my, I don't plan that though. I'm not planning on going anywhere for a while. I love that song too. Oh, thanks, Amy. Thanks, Amy. Thank you. Pride and Prejudice. That's right. I mean, and see, I read Jane Austen and the Bronte sisters and a lot of English lit where men respect women and women respect men and men look like men and thank God women looked like women and all this stuff. And it just kind of like, and hello, my age now, it's hard to find a man that can keep up with me. So these guys can. I told my vampire buddy, Gregor, very handsome, by the way. I told him, I said, look, if you were over here, this is Shaggy Noodle. I said, look, if you were over here, I would give you a run for your money, but you are a little old for me. Hello. Well, I've got one for you. Look here at this one. Are you ready? Look.
The garage, essentially. Is a garage, essentially. The garage, essentially. Is a garage, essentially.
There's a garage. There's a garage, essentially. A garage. Hello. Garage. There you go. There you go. My darlings, yep, she's gone. A garage. I think I finally, now that we're into the, I think have pronounced that correctly. A garage. Who says that? Garage. Shaggy Noodle. He's my man. He's purring. You should hear him. I wonder what Kelly Deaver is doing now. The Deaver details. That's right. Look at. So yeah, I never bought into the age gap issues. What's a century here or there? Listen. I'm going to tell you what. Probably, and you will hear it from him because I've had some deep conversations with Gregor. Wait till you hear his Northern European accent. I'm telling you. I told him we would never make a good match. And we're laughing because he banters with me on that now. He's handsome. He's got red hair. And that's what he was ostracized. Oh my gosh. What is wrong with me? I can't even say it. That's why he was kicked out of the family. Shunned by the family. Gregor with 2 G's. A deep red hair. Seriously. Now, I have seen him. We were on a Zoom call. You can tell he's older, but hello. And he banters with me, right? He banters with me a little bit. So, oh yeah, hello, I'd like to introduce you to my boyfriend, the vampire. He doesn't bite, don't worry. But I told him, I said, we could never be together. So he tells me, ostracized. Thank you, Karen. I think I just had to see the spelling. He was ostracized. And I got to tell you this. I told him we could never be together. And he says, why, lady? He always calls me lady. And of course, he's Lord Gregor. And he said, why is that, lady? And I said, because I would be talking your head off day and night, because you don't have to sleep and I don't sleep. And I'm the one up every night, you know, has Jesus ever eaten a grilled cheese sandwich? You know, this sort of thing. I don't think Lord Gregor is interested in a that. So, hello. And that's okay. But he laughs. He's like, well, that's all right. We could have conversations. We do have conversations now. But it's like, but I am intrigued by the historical value. I can't get enough. That's the whole thing. We should do an I can't sleep live stream. Maybe we will. Maybe we will. I had grilled cheese for dinner. I'm going to tell you what I made for dinner. Are you ready? Oh my gosh, Kelly, stop. The Lord didn't care for grilled cheeses. Oh, that is brilliant. I love that. Well, you may be better off, because I make a really wild grilled cheese. It's not with the plastic cheese where you take the little wrapper off. I shred the cheeses and then I mix them, and I make sure that they go over the sides of the bread and that they get a little caramelized on that side and turn it over. Oh, green-eyed, yes. AMC has been awesome with their Fear Fest. We have all the best Kellys in here. That's right, Dee. I had cheese and crackers for dinner. I'm going to tell you what I had for dinner. See, that's another thing. I wouldn't have to, if I were with Gregor, he does not eat. So he doesn't eat, but he doesn't glow either. But I wouldn't have to cook. Pardon me. Imagine how freeing that is. I can have my own room. I wouldn't have to worry about any of that stuff. I would just be talking this man into, he would probably wish that he was unalived. When I'm done with him, I would probably break him in half just by all of the questions. Did you know Marie Antoinette? He told me about my ancestor, Odalie, the seer, and her sister, the herbalist. Told me, and things that I knew that my grandmother had told me, and only my grandmother would know. And he did not know. I mean, seriously. That's the turn on for me. Let's talk, Professor. I want to hear it all. Okay, here's what I made for dinner. I make authentic Alfredo. And sometimes I have to just zhuzh it up a little bit. Tonight was one of those. I jazzed it up. You see the energy here? You see the waves of light coming in? So this is how I make authentic. Authentic Alfredo does not have cream or milk or anything like that in it. How you do it is I use Decheco, those big Portadell thick noodles. I don't use, you got to have a noodle that something hangs on to. So I forget what it's called. Anyway, it's Decheco makes them. And they're long and very wide. I don't use linguine. I don't use fettuccine, but this is what tastes good. So what you do, thank you, Amy. So what you do is you boil your noodles, and you got to get it down to a science, and you can't put a lid on it because you want some of the water to evaporate. What makes a successful noodle is when you watch the top and the big shaggy noodle. That's right. That's the noodle. Why am I having problems? Pappardelle noodles. You have to kind of get it down to the science, and you got to watch the water, because the larger the bubbles that come off your noodle, the closer you are to a perfect al dente noodle. So you wait, and what you do is you never drain your pasta. When you're making Alfredo, you don't drain it. You don't drain it. So you wait. So what you do then is, when authentic Alfredo, what you do is you then stir your noodles, and you stir cold butter, probably about, I don't know, a quarter cup of cold butter, and you let that emulsify. You don't pour in melted butter or it's ruined. You got to use the cold butter, and you keep stirring, and you're going to see that sauce thicken. Then what you do is you finally grate your own aged at least 18 months of Parmesan. It cannot be any younger than that, because it doesn't have that nutty rich, and it won't melt correctly. So you grate, and you don't buy the already grated cheese, because they mix cornstarch with it, and it turns into a big ball, and then you've got a mess. So yeah, believe me, this is calorie free, doesn't have a calorie. So you grate your own cheese, and you get about a cup for a whole package of those Decheco noodles. And then about a cup, I use about a cup and a quarter. And a little bit at a time. You keep stirring, a little bit at a time. And all of a sudden, it will come together, and it will make this silky, beautiful Parmesan. I add a little bit of black pepper, because I like to see the black pepper. I know that's weird, but I like to see that. And then tonight I zhuzhed it up a little bit, because my son likes a little zhuzhy. I added about 2 tablespoons of fresh tomato sauce. And then frozen peas. I know, don't come at me. But I also like cremini mushrooms in it. I mean, if you're going to tear down a recipe, just go for it. But that was tonight. And you don't put cream in your Alfredo. That's it. A wee dash of nutmeg too. Absolutely. The frozen peas are the best. Canned peas are kind of like, eh. But it's one of those things that I can't eat. Like if I make spaghetti with my bolognese sauce, look out. Set the big crock pot in front of me because I'm going for it. But with this Alfredo, you get not a generous portion, but you get a portion, and that's enough. It's so filling, you can't eat it. You can't eat it. So I like the frozen peas in it. I really do. And then I do make stroganoff, and I use sour cream, and I use heavy whipping cream. And you want to know this? You want to know the secret to a very smooth and very good stroganoff? Melted a, a quarter of a block of melted cream cheese. You make sure you whisk that in very good so it's not lumpy. Then you put your Alfredo, then you put your whipping, then you put your cremini mushrooms or whatever button mushroom you want to use. That's how you do it. And that is like woofy. Oh, sorry, buddy. That is like so good. Do you use cream cheese, Kelly? Yeah. 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 So that's how you do it. A pinch of Himalayan pink. I have the fine Himalayan pink salt. And when I make my noodles, I put the fine salt in the water. And it seems like it doesn't tear up the noodle. But see, here's the thing. If you want to know the truth, I'm an egg person. Aside from peach pie, I'll have some eggs, please. Rule though, the yolk must be cooked. I can't have it too runny because it affects me. So I'm an egg person. There have been late nights, my darlings. I'm tempted to do it tonight, but I don't want to spend the money. Hold on, I got to put my phone back on the charger. But there have been times that my son and I have ordered from Waffle House right down the road. Do y'all know the Waffle House song? Waffle House, meet me at the Waffle House. Breakfast, lunches, dinners too. There's one for you. How do I know that? My son, when he was little, recorded that song for Waffle House locally, and they played it. And he got to eat at Waffle House for a specific period of time. But anyway, the Waffles House, there have been late nights that I'm up doing my cheeses and cheese searches. And I'll text my son because he's working and I'll say, listen, do you feel like a waffle? Do you feel like some scrambled eggs and cheese and raisin toast? And it's cheap to have it delivered. And it's here like zippity-doo-dah. Why not? Zelda, what happened to the lunch stream? I'll tell you what, honey. Nothing really. Except that I have been so busy with content and ramping these and ramping this stuff. It will happen, and I think I'm going to start that in November. I want to get this month over with all the content and a lot of the things over with, like Help me. I'm haunted. We'll get past that, and then I'm going to do a lunch stream. And it just may be toad in a hole, or it could be a popover, Yorkshire pudding, whatever the case. I love Waffle House. The Jonas Brothers made. Aw, I love that. I know. Listen, my son is a chip off the old block. You'll see that when he. Now, I don't know if he's going to have his camera on because he's very camera shy. But if you want to know what my son looks like, he's the male version of me with shorter hair. He's very masculine. Now he's got a beard and whatever. I think he's very handsome. I told him the other day, if you weren't my son, I would consider dating you. That was the wrong thing to say. But, I'm just trying to cheer him up a little bit. And he felt embarrassed. And Mom's not going to say that again because it sounded weird. Like we need to be looked at. No, it's not. No. So anyway, so yes, my darling, let me see. Has there anything? I like November too. I like it now, but we have to do something. We've got so much going on. What is toad in a hole? Oh, Maeve. Very interesting. Toad in a hole is a hard-boiled egg, about an 8-minute egg, 7 minutes maybe. And then what you do is you take, now I use turkey sausage because I don't eat pork. It's a health thing. I don't eat any pork or shellfish. But I get turkey sausage that literally tastes like pork sausage. Only it's not as greasy, it's better for you. And you form this sausage around, back up, hard-boiled egg, peeled, obviously, in an egg wash. You put it in a little bit of flour, and then you pat the sausage around it so it looks like this little ball. And then you roll it in breadcrumbs and you deep fry it. And sometimes I'll deep fry it only for a couple of minutes to get the breading golden, and then I'll finish them in the egg fryer, or egg fryer, and the air fryer. And when they're done, oh, it's a Scotch egg. That's right. Thank you, Mrs. Boucher. Thank you. It is a Scotch egg. That's right. They call them toad in a hole here. I don't know. I don't really like that toad name. I'll keep calling them Scotch. Thank you very much for telling me that. And when you cut them open, they're brilliant. They just are fantastic. It is a Scotch egg, Melissa. It is. And I tell you what I love is Yorkshire pudding. I love all that. My son and I do not like a proper turkey for Thanksgiving. So we usually have a crown roast, or toad in a hole is sausage and a Yorkshire pudding. Now I'm down for that too. I'd like to get some brandy pea and some salad cream and all that because you can't find it really around here. But yes, yes, yes. Yes, it is. So we usually have a standing rib roast or we have something like that. But I think this year I'm going to make an herbed roasted. I'm going to have a roast dinner. So I'm going to have a roasted chicken the way that I make it, that is better than a rotisserie chicken. And I'm going to, I'll probably have a mishmash of a lot of things. But then on Christmas, which happens to be his birthday as well, I will be making some Yorkshire pudding and, he calls them heart attack mashed potatoes because they've got so much butter and cream and all kinds of things in them, but I don't make those all year round. So it's like a one-off type thing. Um, what I know is a chicken is a chicken in a hole, or a toad is where you cut a circle in the middle of a piece of bread, fry that in the middle of the bread, sometimes with a roast. Yeah, and you know what? My grandmother would do that, and you know what she would call it? She would take a glass, cut it in the bread, fry the egg, fry the bread like a toasty thing. She'd put the toast over that, and then the circle part that was also toasted, she'd put that on there, and it was called an egg with a hat. Denise, my birthday is December 26th. I'm in good company. Oh, this is Scooby Doo. She's blind in one eye, so it kind of takes her a minute to get acclimated. Oh, yay! Yes! Yes! On a hot pan. That's right. That's right. So, an egg with a hat. Hello. My grandmother used to make eggs in a hat all the time. This is Shooby Doo. I don't know if you can hear her purring. Probably not. Oh, look at her eye reflecting. That's wild. Shooby Shooby Doo. Where are her? That's how I sing. My birthday is Christmas week 2. Oh, Mrs. Boucher. Good. You gonna let them hear you purr, sister? Oh, good. We have a lot of, I'm gonna give you, okay, here's a little poll. I get orders for a lot of readings, and I am behind on them, so forgive me for that. I get a lot of orders for video readings. What do you think the number one sign of readings hi, Sissy. I'm going to put this over here so you can hear her. What are you doing? No, don't do that. It makes a noise. What do you think the number one zodiac sign is for readings across the board that I get for readings? I'll tell you number 1, number 2, number 3. Don't rub on the mic, honey. Earth signs. Somebody has gotten it already, and I'll tell you in a minute. The number 1 sign. And then I'll tell you number 2. You guys are good. You guys are good. Green Eye says, I'm a Taurus. I would do it every week if I could. Bless you, my darling. What are you doing over there? Riley. We Scorpios want to know, right, Kat? Okay, I'm going to tell you. It's a Leo. Leos are number 1s. What's the number 2? Leo is a number 1. What's the number 2? Okay, sister. She's such a good girl. I'm loving her so bad. She's mommy's girl. She bites the tar out of me. She's one of those love me so I can bite you kitties, so I have to be careful. Number 2. So number 1 is a Leo. Number 2 is mommy's baby girl. Somebody has guessed it. Somebody has guessed it. Let me check something. So make sure that there's not any more news coming out of the Okay, number 2, my darlings, Gemini. Gemini. No, Amy is fine. Go right on. Gemini is number 2. Gemini, so we've got Leo. Gemini is number 2. What is number? We've been on here 4 hours. I want to know, I had one reading Zelda did, and all of these cards flew out. It was wild. Oh, yeah. I remember that. They just kind of went, floof. So number 1, Leo. Number 2, Gemini. What is number 3? Number 3. Yep, Karen, you nailed it, girl. Number 3. So number 1's Leo. Number 2, Gemini. Number 3. I hardly get a Scorpio or a Pisces for readings. Hardly at all. Of all the readings, and I've done thousands of readings. Somebody guessed it. No Pisces, and no, it's rare when I do a Pisces or Aquarius. Pisces are rare, and there's another one that's rare. Somebody has guessed it. Sis, this hair thing is kind of getting out of hand. Karen is batting 1,000. It is Libra. Libra. Taurus are rare. It is usually, I do get some Scorpios. What are you doing? Are you okay? Are you okay? Yeah, Leos are just dramatic. That's so funny. You need to just calm down now, okay, sister? Yeah. Since another psychic, I can say that, reader, and I figured out from the time I read, because I have taken some breaks in the year, not long, but breaks in the years past. Number 1 was Leo. Number 2 is Gemini. Number 3 is Libra. So we sat down and figured it out, and to the best, and that's my big readings started when I was with Psychic Friends Network, Dionne Warwick. And we figured it out. And the number of readings that I've done is phenomenal. That includes, because when I first started out, I only did cartomancy. If you want to know the truth, I didn't even know what a tarot deck was. My grandmother only read playing cards. That was something that we never had. We didn't have access to it. We had, we had playing cards, but that's why I learned. And then she had their little gypsy witch cards. So starting from the beginning, and then I picked up the some people say tarot, some people say tarot, but I picked that up in probably the early 2000s. And so with everything, all of it, everything done, over 120,000 readings. That's a lot of readings. And you know what? I can't tell you that any one of them have turned out the same. 120,000 readings. Well, in 50 years, oh, I didn't know that. I did not know that. Thank you so much. I did not know that. I appreciate that. Video readings. All you have to do is trueoracle.com. Let me see if I've got it. I did have some cards. The problem is, Renee, you can probably get, we've sold the last Kipper deck that I have. Get down. And the reason being is this. It costs me almost $10 US to send those out as a package. Anywhere between $8 and $9. And it's just you can get them on Amazon. You can get them on Amazon. I don't want to do that to you. Martha Ivy got the last Oracle deck. And then we just sold the last Kipper deck. So what kind of deck are you looking for? Now the Piotnik decks, they are rare. They're very hard to find, and they can get expensive when you find them. So I don't, Green Eyed, I don't know. I don't know why. I think the Leos always want to know that the pieces of the puzzle come together. They're very meticulous like that. A lot of Gemini, they have that one twin versus another twin thing. They're not dual personalities by any stretch. But they are this personality that they want to make sure they've got a backup. So they want to know. Libra is all about balance. Balance in communication, balance in work-life situations, balance. Yeah. Oh, that's nice, Kelly. That's nice. No. It was a tradition for centuries to gift a family member a deck of cards. I didn't have that. My son already has his, so there's no reason to gift those. But so I gave a deck to Mrs. Marie, and there, so I passed it along. The November Sagittarians. You guys are so loyal and sometimes very into law enforcement. So you kind of have this problem-solving thing down to a science. And I think that's it. So I'm going to tell you this. If you want to learn how to read cards tonight, you can go over to the psychic shop. Captain Jerry just put the link in the chat. Go to the shop. I have written 3 digital ebooks. You can download them tonight. Who is this? Scooby again. You can download them tonight. I've written how to read the tarot cards like me, how to read the cartomancy deck, and then how to read the hidden deck. So there you go. December my mother was a Sagittarius. I had a vision of a dice. Nice, cat. Nice, cat. I don't use my dice very often, but I like to when I do cartomancy. Is the video reading something you do on your own and send, or does the requester have a Zoom with you on the website last night? But I couldn't tell. Seemed like you complete info and get a recording. What I do, Miss Smith, is you've probably seen my readings in my content. What you would do is order that through True Oracle. You decide what kind of reading you want, either 1, 2, 3 questions, or sometimes 5 questions, or something like that. And then when you order it, then True Oracle sends it to me, and then I do the reading. And then what I'll do is I'll upload it, send you the link, and you have that link forever. So that's where it comes from. So you have that link, and then you can go back and look at it 2 or 3 times and make sure you take notes and do all that, so that it's not a video with me talking, because I would prefer you see the cards when I put them out. So there you go. Okay, why would Scorpio be rare for readings? Scorpio, in my experience, not all, but for the most part, are they're people who can adjust to abrupt endings and abrupt beginning. Yes, Scorpios get hurt just like everybody else when something ends, but at the same time, it's kind of like, okay, fine, I'm hurt. Okay, next. It's not that they're cold-hearted, because they're not. They just have a much better, their staying is very big, but they have a much better grip on how to handle that sort of thing. That's what it is. Yeah, 120,000 readings. That's a lot. That's a lot. Yay! Somebody asked me about a starter deck. The best starter deck for tarot reading is a Universal Rider-Waite, or the Rider-Waite deck, because it gives you the fundamentals of the card. And I like the visuals of it, and that's why I like to explain to you all how to do visuals, how to see what's this card all about, what's it all about. Because why read cards if you just say, okay, well, there's the Queen of Wands, thanks. You want to know what that's all about. Zelda, I wish I could figure out why my son, who's an Aquarius, and I, Capricorn, can't get on the same page with our relationship. You will. You will, because both of you have an ideal about what the other one should be doing. You'll get there. You'll get there. And it's because you're a mom and he's a son. And if you can, because believe me, there's been times that my son and I would be in tears, because he is very strong and I am very strong. And boy, we would just, and then finally one day we kind of realized that, you know what, is that really something that we want to do? Take the time and listen, take the time. And I'm very cautious about saying, well, I think you need to do this, or I think you need, without him asking me. And so I'm respectful in that. And I'm not saying that's what you do, but I'm saying for my own self, I understand that, because he's a Capricorn, I'm a Pisces. His dad was an Aries. So Capricorn has the best of both worlds. Capricorn is that fish and Aries together, and that makes it very tough. So, yeah. It was bone dice. Uh-oh, what kind of bone? Careful. That's funny, though. Let me see. Thank you, my darling. But, a lot of it is just really paying attention and feeling the energy. That's what, for me, that's all about. Let me see. You're welcome, Kelly. Let me see. Order there. Captain Jerry's got the link out in the chat. Let me see. It's butthead sometimes. Yeah, I think. Because, see, my son's kind of gravitating into that where he comes and checks on me at night instead of the other way around. So he's kind of, sometimes he turns into my dad. Right, because he thinks that sometimes, oh, it's here, Zelda going wild. No. Because he's just used to me being, because listen, I don't drink, I don't smoke, but I wrap my hair. None of that. I've never taken any drugs. I've never, nothing, because I'm afraid of it. And it's not, it's because I don't want to depend on anything, but I also know that there have been times that I've taken melatonin and the most awful dreams that I can't wake up from. So I have to be extremely careful about what opens up where, what, and when. So I have to be extremely cautious about, but he's, that's nice, Kat. Thank you. See, Rose, it's right. It's a natural on-off switch. So it's not like you're bothered. And some Scorpios, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, so I had a past. All right, forget it. I'm on my way to the new life. That's kind of it. Yeah. The one sign that I've not been able to get in, and who gravitate toward me that have been a challenge personally, not reading, not people, but personally, are May Geminis. May Gemini. Geminis in general, but the May Gemini, and I have family that are May Gemini, and they look at me like I've got two heads. And I look at them like they have good twin and bad twin. So it just becomes one of those things. So, yeah, I can't take it. See, I'm not on any medication. I probably need to shed a few little bits because I sit too much. But Mitchell, Zelda, you are lucky Ian is there to keep you from sleep cooking, right? Mm-hmm. I don't have a lot of room in my kitchen, or I would be cooking more than what I do. My darlings, almost 4.5 hours. I do need to get some rest because tomorrow, as Scarlett says, tomorrow is another day. Let me check on these. What do we have here? Danny's mom is a new member. Bless you, Danny's mom. Bless you. Thank you so much. Aunt BB, another 10? Did I see that right? Is that another 10? You are so generous. Thank you. AZ Life, thank you. I think I said thank you there before, but I want to make sure. And Rosebud, another $10. Thank you. And Kat, you had the vision, and that is a vision. I'll tell you what. Thank you. My darlings, welcome to each and every one of you. Our March Pisces males, all non-committal, or is just me? Pretty much. I never met a Pisces male that I didn't like. But sometimes they can get very competitive. Sometimes they can get onto this woo-woo type of life. And I personally, being a Pisces, would never, I wouldn't care if it was Gregor. I would never date a male Pisces, but that's me because I can't handle that personality thing. Nor a Gemini. For me, just doesn't work. Oh boy, Mama J's. There you go. There you go. Okay, my darlings. I want to thank you all tonight. Let me see if there's anybody else here on the Venmo show that I need to thank. Oh, let me see. Who knows? It might be a Waffle House night. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I doubt it, though. Thank you all for being here. You guys are fantastic. I had so much fun with this trivia. And then next Saturday, depending upon, I will announce it. My son probably will know tomorrow about the, if he can, because if they're winning the tournament tonight and tomorrow night, or tomorrow, then they'll have to do something then next Saturday night. And he won't be able to do it for Kelsey next Saturday night, but it doesn't mean we won't do it at all. We'll just have to put that date off. So I will let everybody know about the fundraiser for Kelsey. And I want to give everybody time to be able to come in. And don't forget, we'll have one also for Aaron Spencer. Aaron Spencer, hey, if I were there, I would be running his campaign. Amen to that. That man is chef's kiss. He's a fantastic man, I'm telling you. So I hope you all get to come in tomorrow from True Oracle. I want to thank you so much. And let me see if I've got a little outro here for you. Why don't I just play the same outro? Because those guys are great. So I want to thank you all for being here. Much love. I had a lot of fun. Thank you. Riley is getting after me. I don't know what's going on, but it's kind of like they're going, Mommy, it's time for the night. Stop, Riley. Rubbing that mouth on the corner of my monitor. So let me see here what's going on. Is anybody else? Thank you all for being here. I'm going to give you the same outro that we had for the intro. How's that? Be well, my darlings. Much love. And thank you, Miss Nan. She's probably in the bed, and I hope so. So thank you. I'll see you all tomorrow. If not, Monday. If not, I'll see you soon. You be well. Many blessings to you. And thanks for hanging out with me and my buddies tonight. Talk to you soon. Bye for now.